Chapter 1038. Yuan Vane's son Xing was quite confident that Zhuowen would agree. After all, Sun Jia's beauty was outstanding and she had the status of an alchemist. Not many cultivators would be able to reject such an offer. Zhuowen was taken aback as he stared at Sun Xing in astonishment. He did not expect Sun Xing to entrust Sun Jia to him. Was he trying to make him his son-in-law? Young Master Zhua, what do you think? Sun Xing asked again. Zhuowen glanced at Sun Jia indifferently and shook his head. Thank you for your kind intentions, but I have not started my own marriage yet. Therefore, I cannot agree to this. As he spoke, Zhuowen cupped his hands and left the hall without looking back. Sun Xing and Sun Jia were petrified as they stood on the spot and watched Zhuowen's back as he left. After leaving the Sun family, Zhuowen summoned Ziyang Tianzuan. However, Zhuowen did not immediately head to the True Meridian Forest. Instead, he found an inn in Anming City, booked a private room and stayed there. Since he had already obtained the channel opening pill, he naturally wanted to test its effect. If it could really expand his meridians, Zhuowen's strength would definitely rise to another level. In the dark room, Zhuowen sat quietly on the bed. With a flip of his right hand, he retrieved the brocade box that Sun Xing had given him. After taking out one of the channel opening pills, Zhuowen rummaged through the box and found the other 4 channel opening pills at the bottom. The channel opening pills' effects are the best the first time. The second time, the effects are barely satisfactory. I will give the remaining 4 channel opening pills to Jianan and the rest when I return to the academy. Zhuowen muttered to himself as he kept the brocade box and silently stared at the emerald green pill in his palm. I hope that this channel opening pill will not disappoint me. As he spoke, Zhuowen threw the channel opening pill into his mouth and swallowed it. Zhuowen slowly closed his eyes and began to silently refine the powerful effects of the channel opening pill. Boom! Not long after, a muffled thunder-like sound came from Zhuowen's body, as if all the bones in his body had been dislocated. Following that, Zhuowen could clearly feel the powerful medicinal effects of the channel opening pill spreading throughout his meridians. This medicinal power was very magical. Every time it passed through a meridian, the surging medicinal power would continuously strengthen Zhuowen's meridians, causing Zhuowen's entire body to feel warm and comfortable. The effect is not bad. I wonder how long the effects of this channel opening pill will last? A glint flashed across Zhuowen's eyes as he muttered softly. Soon after, he once again sat down cross-legged and began to silently refine the medicinal strength that was flowing through the meridians in his entire body. Time passed slowly and 3 days passed in a flash. During these 3 days, Zhuowen had been sitting in his room, silently refining the medicinal effects of the channel opening pill. Finally, when the dawn of the 4th day peeked out from the clouds, Zhuowen slowly opened his eyes. The aura in his body had also strengthened by a lot. Evidently, this was all due to the effects of the channel opening pill. My meridians have strengthened by a few notches. This way, the yuan energy absorption rate will be much faster than before. Zhuowen softly muttered. Kid, at this speed, I'm afraid that you won't be far from breaking through to the golden exalted level. This Dragon Lord estimates that in another 1 or 2 months, you should be able to successfully break through to the golden exalted level. Xiao Hei's voice rang out in Zhuowen's mind. Zhuowen nodded and said, Indeed. Now I should make another trip to the True Vein Forest. Perhaps I can borrow the yuan veins in the basin of the True Vein Forest and shorten the time needed to break through by several times. As he spoke, Zhuowen pushed open the door and walked out of the inn. He brought Ziyang Tianzuan out of Anming City and rushed towards the True Vein Forest. With the previous experience, Zhuowen seemed to be more familiar with the journey. However, Zhuowen keenly discovered that there were more meta-beasts in the True Vein Forest today than 3 days ago. Moreover, they were even more violent. Some of the weaker meta-beasts actually charged towards Zhuowen without any regard for their lives. Fortunately, Zhuowen's strength was not weak. With the help of Zhang Tianzuan, Zhuowen's speed was not slow. After about 2 hours, they arrived at the basin from the previous time. At this moment, the yuan energy in the basin was actually much richer than before. Moreover, the yuan energy was gushing towards the sky, forming an extremely spectacular yuan energy pillar. It looked extremely magnificent. The yuan energy in the basin is much richer than before. Looking at this scene, Zhuowen's eyes narrowed as he said in a somewhat strange voice, "I'm afraid that the yuan vein below the basin is about to appear. Kid, even if you don't dig, the yuan vein will appear by itself," Xiaohe said in a serious tone. Zhuowen nodded. Soon after, he took a step forward and arrived at the area in the basin that he had marked previously. He saw that the yuan qi in this area was the densest. As the yuan qi rose, many of them condensed into liquid in the air. From this, one could see how dense the yuan qi was. "Then let's put in more effort," Zhuowen muttered in a low voice as he looked at the area beneath his feet, and then his right hand formed into the shape of a claw before abruptly grabbing towards this area. Terrifying origin energy poured out and instantly blasted open a hole that was almost 3 m in size in this area. Boom! Instantly, surging yuan energy burst out from the hole and formed a terrifying yuan energy pillar. It was indomitable and stretched across the sky above the basin. Rumble! The moment the yuan energy pillar was formed, the entire basin began to shake violently. Not only that, but even the other areas outside the basin began to rumble as if the sky was falling and the earth was splitting. Perhaps it was a chain reaction, but the entire true vein forest shook violently. A ring-shaped energy spread out with the basin as the center. Then, the countless snake scale trees that stood in the true vein forest began to collapse. Moreover, the shaking became more and more intense. Even in Ming City, which was in front of the true vein forest, was greatly affected. What's going on? What a strong vibration! This vibration seems to be coming from the depths of the true vein forest. In Anming City, countless warriors raised their heads and looked in the direction of the true pulse forest. There, the terrifying yuan qi formed a yuan qi pillar that pierced the heavens and the earth. It was a spectacular sight to behold. What a dense yuan qi! Could it be that the heavenly pillar was condensed from yuan qi? How rich does it need to be to form such a terrifying yuan energy pillar? All the warriors in Anming City muttered to themselves. Their eyes were filled with shock. The yuan energy pillar that stretched across the sky was too powerful. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The moment the yuan energy pillar was formed, several powerful figures rushed out of Anming City. These figures had powerful auras and should be experts hiding in Anming City. The direction these figures were rushing towards was the yuan energy pillar in the depths of the true vein forest. To be able to cause the true vein forest to shake so violently and form such a terrifying yuan energy pillar, there must be a unique treasure in the depths of the true vein forest. Rumble! At this moment, the entire basin had changed greatly. The basin, which was originally several miles wide, had actually split into a huge fissure that was dozens of feet long. The fissure was pitch black, as if it led to the abyss of hell. It was so deep that one couldn't see the bottom. The moment the crack appeared, the yuan energy in the entire basin was extremely rich. It formed a yuan energy hurricane in the sky. It was a spectacular sight. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. At the same time, pieces of spirit stones spewed out along with the terrifying yuan energy from the crack. It was like a fairy scattering flowers as it shot into the sky. It's spirit stones. Collect them. Looking at the spirit stones that shot out from the crack, Zhuowen's eyes flashed. With a wave of his right hand, yuan energy gushed out and turned into a huge yuan energy palm. It swept through the air and plundered a considerable amount of spirit stones. Soon after, he unceremoniously stored them in his spirit ring. However, there were too many spirit stones. Most of them were low-grade spirit stones. At the same time, there were also mid-grade spirit stones. In such a large base, there were also many high-grade spirit stones. Zhuowen did not lack low-grade and mid-grade spirit stones. However, he did not have many high-grade spirit stones on him. The capacity of the spirit ring is limited. I don't want low-grade and mid-grade spirit stones. I'll collect high-grade spirit stones directly. After making up his mind, Zhuowen leaped up. Like a rock spreading its wings, he constantly flashed above the Yuan energy pillar. At the same time, both of his hands condensed a huge Yuan energy palm and continuously collected the spirit stones that were spewing out into the spirit ring. Of course, Zhuowen specifically picked high-grade spirit stones and ignored low-grade and mid-grade spirit stones. Whoosh! Zhuowen sucked again. Suddenly, among the numerous spirit stones, he found a few spirit stones that were as dazzling as gemstones. Not only the light on the surface of these spirit stones, but also the Yuan energy contained in them were far superior to high-grade spirit stones. This is a supreme-grade spirit stone? Looking at the extremely dazzling spirit stone in his hand, Zhuowen's eyes narrowed. He could not help but exclaim out loud. His face revealed an ecstatic expression. He did not expect there to be a supreme-grade spirit stone in here. It should be known that supreme-grade spirit stones were extremely valuable and rare. It was basically impossible to find such spirit stones circulating in the market. Moreover, it was said that a supreme-grade spirit stone was equivalent to 1,000 high-grade spirit stones. Moreover, it was priceless. A supreme-grade spirit stone was also a huge fortune. Kid, the real good stuff should be in the depths of the crack. It seems that this Dragon Lord's estimation was wrong. This underground Yuan energy vein is not a small one at all. With such a dense Yuan energy, I'm afraid it's at least a large one. If the formation of a small Yuan energy vein is accidental, then the formation of a large Yuan energy vein is definitely not accidental. There must be some kind of treasure that caused the formation of the Yuan energy vein. Kid, go into the crack and have a look. Xiao Hei's voice suddenly sounded. He actually instigated Zhuowen to go into the depths of the crack. Are you sure there's something good in this crack? Zhuowen asked suspiciously. I'm sure. Just go in. With your cultivation and the help of Ziyang Tianzuan, there's nothing to be afraid of. Xiao Hei smiled faintly. Chapter 1039. Deep in the crevice was extremely dark. Astral winds swept through and Yuan Qi spewed out like a giant whale spewing water. Under the force of the spewing, Zhuowen and Ziyang Tianzuan descended at a rather slow speed. This crevice is not very deep. You should reach the bottom after diving a few hundred meters. To be able to nurture such a dense Yuan vein, there must be something good at the bottom. Swoosh! Suddenly, the sound of something breaking through the air could be heard. Zhuowen's gaze turned cold as he extended his right hand and pinched a palm-sized black shadow. What is this? What Zhuowen clamped down on was a large black bug. Its outer shell was covered with many small bumps, and it looked extremely disgusting. Moreover, the front of this large bug actually had a row of fangs that flickered with cold light. It was extremely strange. This is a corroding beetle, a Yuan beast that likes to live in dark environments. Furthermore, this kind of insect-type Yuan beast usually likes to live in groups, so be careful, kid, Xiao Hei said solemnly. A group of Yuan beasts? I think I've already seen it. As he spoke, Zhuowen keenly discovered that there were actually many palm-sized black shadows flying around the cliff. These black shadows were actually the corroding beetles that Zhuowen had pinched in his hand. Ziyang, get ready. Don't let these corroding beetles come close. Zhuowen instructed Ziyang Tianzuan beside him. Shortly after, he pinched 2 fingers on his right hand. Immediately, the fat corroding beetle was crushed, and countless green juices burst out. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The moment Zhuowen crushed the corroding beetle, the other corroding beetles in the surroundings went crazy. All of them flapped their thin wings and rushed towards Zhuowen and Ziyang Tianzuan, wanting to eat Zhuowen. Divine Sun Cauldron! Come out! Zhuowen bellowed. A huge furnace rose behind him. Wisps of terrifying sun fire gushed out of the furnace and surrounded Zhuowen, protecting him. As for Emperor Ziyang, he pushed out with both hands and 3 purple suns surged out from his body. These 3 purple suns revolved around his body and began to revolve continuously. Purple flames spread out, and the moment the beetles entered the range of the purple suns, they were all roasted into charcoal. The situation on Zhuowen's side was the same. The temperature of the sun's fire was no less than that of Ziyang. Although there were many beetles around, they couldn't do anything to Zhuowen. Instead, they were all burned into ashes. The 2 people who were surrounded by flames slowly sank down and finally landed at the bottom. At the bottom of the crack was a piece of barren land, where not even a blade of grass grew. Xiaohe, where is the source of primordial qi? Zhuowen suddenly asked. In front, Xiaohe said concisely. Nodding, Zhuowen took a step forward and rushed forward. In an instant, he arrived at the place Xiaohe had mentioned. It was a huge natural cave, and Zhuowen stood at the entrance of the cave. Waves of primordial qi gushed out of the cave like water columns from water guns. Zhuowen's pupils shrank. The primordial qi in this place was denser than in other places. He didn't know what was in this cave. Let's go in and take a look. After saying that, Zhuowen led Ziyang Tianzuan into the cave. As soon as they entered, Zhuowen was surprised to find that the walls around the cave were inlaid with spirit stones. Moreover, they were all supreme-grade spirit stones. Master, these are supreme-grade spirit stones? Ziyang's eyes immediately revealed a blazing color. However, he didn't lose his rationality. Instead, he asked Zhuowen, Take them all. There are so many supreme-grade spirit stones here. You don't have to ask for my permission, Zhuowen said calmly. Yes. Ziyang Tianzuan was ecstatic. He nodded heavily and rushed toward the supreme-grade spirit stones around the walls. With a wave of his right hand, he removed all the supreme-grade spirit stones that were inlaid in the walls. Zhuowen was not to be outdone. He also moved toward the other side of the cave. Soon, the 2 of them had removed all the supreme-grade spirit stones. Zhuowen had obtained nearly 200 top-grade spirit stones, while Emperor Ziyang had obtained 180 top-grade spirit stones. This could be said to be a huge fortune. A single top-grade spirit stone was enough to make many cultivators fight over it until their heads bled. Now, Zhuowen and Ziyang had obtained several hundred top-grade spirit stones. If their wealth was exposed, it would definitely attract the attention of many warriors. Let's go deeper. There should be other things inside, Zhuowen said and led Ziyang Tianzuan into the depths of the cave. They had obtained so many supreme-grade spirit stones as soon as they stepped into the cave. They knew that there must be better things in the depths of the cave. In front of them was a very deep corridor. After quietly walking through this dark corridor, the 2 of them walked to a corner. Following this corner, the 2 of them quickly discovered that there was another corridor behind this corner. Strangely, the surface of the tunnel was blood-red, as if there was an extremely strong bloody light at the end of the tunnel, dyeing the tunnel red. The moment the 2 of them stepped into the tunnel, Zhuowen's sharp senses discovered that the blood in his body seemed to surge rapidly, as if his blood was boiling. What's going on? The bloody light in the tunnel is so strange, Zhuowen murmured, squinting his eyes. The bloody light could affect the blood in his body, which made Zhuowen frown. He didn't know whether the effect was good or bad. Let's go deeper and have a look. With that, Zhuowen and Emperor Ziyang continued onwards. However, when they reached the length of the passageway, their eyes immediately turned blood-red. The bloodlust in their hearts was stirred up by the blood-red light. This bloody light contains a trace of slaughter concept, and it's beginning to arouse the murderous desire in my body? Zhuowen finally noticed that something was amiss. As he went deeper into the passageway, he noticed that the bloody light actually contained a strand of slaughter concept. It was simply terrifying to the extreme, and it was even more overbearing than his devil Tao of slaughter. Whoosh! The sound of something breaking through the air suddenly rang out beside Zhuowen. Zhuowen's pupils shrank and he took a few steps back. Then, a palm heavily slammed into the spot where Zhuowen had been standing just a moment ago. Boom! A terrifying Yuanli gushed out and blasted a deep hole in the ground. The figure who wanted to sneak attack Zhuowen was none other than Ziyang Tianzuan. It seems that Ziyang has been deeply affected by the murderous desire. Looking at Ziyang Tianzuan, who had red eyes and a ferocious face, Zhuowen knew that Ziyang Tianzuan had been completely dominated by the murderous desire. Unfortunately, your soul imprint is still in my knowledge sea. You can't hurt me, Zhuowen muttered in a low voice. He summoned Ziyang Tianzuan's soul imprint in his knowledge sea. His mental strength turned into a needle, and he stabbed the soul imprint. Ah! Ziyang Tianzuan clutched his head and screamed. The soul imprint was closely related to his soul. When the soul imprint was damaged, his body would naturally be affected. The moment Ziyang Tianzuan clutched his head and screamed, Zhuowen took a step and suddenly appeared behind Ziyang Tianzuan. Yuanli gushed out and turned into a huge palm. He pinched Ziyang Tianzuan and threw him toward the entrance of the tunnel. Thump! Thump! When Ziyang Tianzuan landed at the entrance of the tunnel, the blood-red color in his eyes gradually faded, and he regained his clarity. He also remembered that he had fallen into the murderous desire just now. If Zhuowen had not sent him out of the tunnel in advance, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Thank you, Master, for saving my life. Ziyang Tianzuan quickly cupped his hands and said to Zhuowen. Zhuowen waved his hand and said, No need to thank me. Wait for me at the entrance. I'll go in and take a look. Hearing this, Ziyang Tianzuan hesitated and said, Master, this tunnel is so strange. I'm afraid that there should be an ominous place at the end of this tunnel. Do you really plan to go deeper? Don't worry. You just wait for me outside. Zhuowen waved his hand and immediately continued to go deeper into the tunnel. Zhuowen had mastered the demonic path of massacre. Although the murderous intent in this tunnel was very strong, Zhuowen would not lose himself in it. After all, he had already mastered the power of the second stage of bedevilment. This murderous intent was really not enough to make him fall. As he went deeper into the tunnel, Zhuowen also found that the murderous intent inside was getting more and more powerful and terrifying. Even Zhuowen's eyes became incomparably red, and the murderous desire in his heart became more and more intense. First stage of bedevilment. Zhuowen shouted in a low voice and used the power of bedevilment. Suddenly, the murderous demonic qi surrounded Zhuowen's body, and Zhuowen also turned into a blood-red-haired and blood-red-eyed state. Since the murderous intent in this tunnel was so strong, Zhuowen simply used the power of bedevilment to fight demons with demons. Zhuowen, who had fallen into the state of bedevilment, was a lot more clear-headed. The essence of his demonic path of massacre was the same as the murderous intent, so after using the power of bedevilment, the murderous desire in Zhuowen's heart was completely extinguished, replaced by coldness and calmness. The core of demons was to ignore the world. From beginning to end, they were as calm as water, as indifferent as a demon. This was the true meaning of demons. Of course, demons also represented cruelty and overbearingness. It was precisely because of their indifferent attitude that demons could do all kinds of cruel things that ordinary people could not imagine. Because cruel things, in the eyes of demons, were just normal things like playing house. Because of this, demon cultivators from ancient times to the present were generally not understood by people. Of course, although demon cultivators were cruel and overbearing, they had not reached the point where everyone wanted to kill them. After all, the world of martial arts was originally cruel. Demon cultivators were just more suitable to survive in this world compared to other warriors. Of course, they were also more powerful. Dang dang dang! The sound of slow footsteps resounded in the tunnel. Zhuowen's eyes were indifferent as he walked. After about half an hour, Zhuowen finally reached the end of the tunnel and arrived at the core of this cave. Chapter 1040. Monk in blood-red clothes, that is? A figure sitting cross-legged in the middle of the cave caught Zhuowen's attention. This person was around 40 years old and wore blood-red clothes. His entire body was suffused with a strange blood-red aura, and waves of extremely terrifying slaughter concepts suffused the air. Moreover, what was even more worthy of Zhuo Wen's attention was that this person was bald and actually dressed like a monk. A monk who believed in Buddhism had such a terrifying aura of slaughter emanating from his body. All of this was extremely strange. Monks were supposed to abstain from meat and recite scriptures to save the world. They were supposed to be compassionate and compassionate. They were supposed to stop killing and create a harmonious world. However, the blood-clothed monk in front of him gave Zhuowen a huge shock. The murderous aura on his body was too strong. He had to have killed countless creatures to have such a terrifying murderous aura. This murderous aura was not any weaker than the blood demon in the demon-suppressing green coffin. It was even more terrifying than the one in the demon-suppressing green coffin. At the same time, Zhuowen also noticed that there was a blood-red Buddhist commandment blade in front of the monk in blood-red clothes. The blade of the Buddhist commandment blade was stained with dried blood. It looked extremely strange. The Buddhist commandment blade was a blade worn by monks. It was only allowed to cut clothes and not kill. However, the blood-red Buddhist commandment blade in front of him was stained with blood. It was unknown how many creatures it had killed. Who is this person? Looking at the blade and the monk in front of him, Zhuowen frowned slightly. He could not figure out the identity of the monk in the middle of the cave. He's a dead man. Xiao He suddenly appeared on Zhuowen's shoulder. She stared at the monk in blood-red clothes with her black eyes and said indifferently, "A dead man?" Zhuowen was startled. Soon after, he stepped into the cave. However, the instant he stepped into the cave, a muffled thunder-like explosion suddenly resounded in Zhuowen's mind. Soon after, a terrifying murderous aura rushed towards Zhuowen's body like rivers flowing into the sea. What a terrifying murderous aura! Why is this murderous aura rushing towards my body? Zhuowen let out a muffled groan and involuntarily took a few steps back. His eyes were filled with shock. The terrifying murderous aura was too great. If it all entered Zhuowen's body, Zhuowen would not be able to withstand it. Buddha's eyes. Taking a few steps back, Zhuowen hastily summoned the Buddha's eye that shone with golden light. Immediately, a solemn ancient Buddha's shadow sat in the void behind Zhuowen. A Sanskrit sound rang out, immediately blocking the surging slaughter chi. With the protection of the ancient Buddha's shadow, Zhuowen finally recovered. Soon after, he looked at the bloody monk in front of him with fear in his eyes. If this bloody monk was really a dead person like Xiao He had said, then it would be too terrifying. A dead person could actually release such a terrifying slaughter chi. How terrifying must this bloody monk be when he was alive? Surrounded by ancient Buddhas, Zhuowen slowly walked to the front of the monk in blood-red clothes. At this moment, the monk was sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed. His hands were placed on his knees as if he was meditating. However, Zhuowen discovered that there was an extremely dense death chi lingering between the bloody monk's eyebrows. There was no sign of life on his body. He was really a dead man. Zhuowen Kai couldn't see it clearly because the murderous aura on the monk's body was so dense that it covered the aura of death. This bloody monk should be a very powerful Emperor Realm expert when he was alive. If I'm not wrong, his strength should be above Jianmu's. However, I don't know how he died in this basin. Xiao He said cautiously. Then the formation of the vital vein underground should be related to this person? Zhuowen suddenly asked. Xiao He nodded and said, "It must be related. The abhijna of a high-level Emperor Realm expert is not something you can imagine. They can open up a space, move mountains and fill seas. It's extremely terrifying. However, what I find strange is that this person is clearly a monk. Why would he break his precepts and kill someone? It's really strange. Zhuowen was surprised. In his mind, monks were amiable, kind and benevolent. However, the bloody monk in the cave had subverted Zhuowen's good impression of monk. The bloody monk's slaughter chi was even more terrifying than some demons. Buzz. Just as Zhuowen was deep in thought, the blood-red Buddhist commandment blade that was stuck in front of the monk suddenly let out a clear and melodious cry. Then, it suddenly flew out and headed straight for Zhuowen. At the moment when the blood-red Buddhist commandment blade swept over, the mighty slaughter chi in the entire grotto began to boil. It turned into a blood-red vortex along with the blade, as if the entire grotto was about to be wiped out by the slaughter chi. What's the matter with the bloody Buddhist commandment blade? Why is it coming towards me? Looking at the bloody Buddhist commandment blade, Zhuowen's pupils shrank to the size of needles. Immediately, he pinched out an orchid hand seal. Under the Buddhist power of the Buddha's eye, he blasted out a palm and hit the bloody Buddhist commandment blade heavily. Bang! However, the bloody Buddhist commandment blade was extremely sharp. It swept over and slashed fiercely. Immediately, Zhuowen's Buddha's palm was shattered. Damn it! Zhuowen cursed angrily. Suddenly, he evolved 4 heads and 8 arms. His 8 arms made orchid hand seals at the same time. The Buddha's light filled the sky and the Buddhas will spread throughout the cave. Countless golden palm prints came from all directions and smashed heavily on the blood-red Buddhist commandment blade. Surging Buddhist power gushed out, and the blood-red Buddhist commandment blade buzzed. The murderous aura on its surface surged to the extreme, and the terrifying blood-red blade light formed a hurricane that swept out. Boom! 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 Zhuowen was shocked to find that the countless Buddha's palms could not withstand a single blow from the bloody Buddhist commandment blade. They collapsed inch by inch and turned into golden powder. Is this the bloody Buddhist commandment blade? At the moment when the Buddha's palms burst, Zhuowen's pupils shrank to the extreme. He kept retreating. The palm just now could not stop the bloody Buddhist commandment blade. Zhuowen really did not expect it to be so powerful. One had to know that this was only a weapon, yet it was able to emit such a terrifying power. This truly shocked Zhuowen. This bloody Buddhist commandment blade is definitely not simple. Boy, be careful. The bloody blade is coming again. Xiao He stood on Zhuowen's shoulder with a dignified look in her eyes. Even without Xiao He's reminder, Zhuowen knew that the bloody Buddhist commandment blade was not simple. At this moment, after the bloody Buddhist commandment blade broke the Buddha's palm, it swept toward Zhuowen again. Second-level bedevilment. Angry seal. Morning seal. The bloody Buddhist commandment blade gave Zhuowen too much pressure, so Zhuowen had to use all his strength. Suddenly, he entered the second-level bedevilment state. His bloody hair grew crazily to his waist, and the anger in his body turned into a real anger, burning all over his body, making Zhuowen's strength suddenly increase by 30%. The moment the morning seal was used, a sorrowful mood spread and fell on the bloody Buddhist commandment blade in front of him, greatly weakening the power of the bloody Buddhist commandment blade. Kill. In the second-level bedevilment state, coupled with the enhancement of the angry seal, Zhuowen's combat power was very terrifying. Zhuowen squeezed his right hand, and suddenly a bloody spear appeared, rushing toward the bloody Buddhist commandment blade without fear. Boom! 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 The bloody spear was like a big windmill, splitting into countless bloody spear shadows, fighting with the bloody Buddhist commandment blade. The sound of metal clashing echoed in the cave. The bloody Buddhist commandment blade was indeed powerful. Under the weakening of the morning seal, its combat power was still so terrifying. Not only was Zhuowen unable to suppress the bloody Buddhist commandment blade, but he was also at a disadvantage. Kill! 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 Zhuowen let out a furious roar. He was extremely crazy. The blood spear danced unceasingly. Murderous demonic chi churned, forming a powerful blood cloud in the sky above the cave. Moreover, Zhuowen had the core of the blood soul tree, which contained a strong vitality, so he was not afraid of being hurt at all. He was almost desperate to fight the bloody Buddhist commandment blade, and finally, he completely suppressed the bloody Buddhist commandment blade. Kill! Zhuowen raised the bloody spear above his head with both hands, and then slammed it down on the bloody Buddhist commandment blade. Suddenly, the bloody Buddhist commandment blade screeched and fell to the ground. After all, the bloody Buddhist commandment blade was an object without an owner. Although it contained a trace of spiritual intelligence, it was a weapon after all. Without the control and use of a person, it could not exert its full power. Zhuowen landed on the ground and touched the blood-red Buddhist monk's blade with his right hand. Following this, a terrifying killing intent flowed through the blood-red Buddhist monk's blade, trying to invade Zhuowen's body. Buddha's eye suppression. Zhuowen's eyes were extremely calm. He immediately opened his Buddha's eye, and the Buddha's light spread, completely blocking the terrifying slaughtered devil chi from the bloody Buddhist commandment blade. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The bloody Buddhist commandment blade buzzed, and then the slaughtered devil chi in the cave went crazy, pouring into the bloody Buddhist commandment blade. Then, the power of the bloody Buddhist commandment blade soared to the extreme. Puff! Zhuowen did not expect that the bloody Buddhist commandment blade could be strengthened. Caught off guard, his right arm was mercilessly cut off by the bloody Buddhist commandment blade. Taking a few steps back, Zhuowen covered his broken right arm, and gloomily stared at the bloody Buddhist commandment blade that was suspended in the air again. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The moment his right arm was cut off, Zhuowen had already mobilized the vitality of the blood soul tree in his heart to flow into his right arm. Suddenly, the flesh on the wound began to wriggle, and then a new arm grew out. With a wave of his right hand, Zhuowen picked up the bloody spear that had fallen to the ground again. He slowly stepped back, staring at the bloody Buddhist commandment blade in front of him that was in the endless bloody vortex. At this moment, the blood-red Buddhist commandment blade was unusually violent. The aura in its body had also exploded to the extreme. The terrifying murderous aura spread out, faintly making Zhuowen's heart tremble. How can it be so terrifying? This bloody Buddhist commandment blade is much more terrifying than an ordinary emperor weapon, isn't it? Zhuowen murmured in a low voice, and his eyes were filled with fear. No. This bloody Buddhist commandment blade is a little strange. No matter how powerful an emperor weapon is, how can it exert such terrifying power? Xiao He suddenly said. What do you mean? Zhuowen narrowed his eyes and asked. Chapter 1041. Divine Sense, a Strand of Divine Sense? At this moment, Zhuowen's gaze became extremely solemn. He knew that emperor weapons could nurture a strand of intelligence, so they were much more terrifying than regular monarch spirit treasures. Although this was the case, an emperor weapon was only a weapon. Without the support of its owner, it would not be able to display much of its power. After all, a weapon could only display its greatest power in the hands of a martial artist. Otherwise, its power would be greatly reduced. If Zhuowen unleashed his full strength, his strength would far surpass that of regular celestial venerables. It was more than enough to deal with an ownerless emperor weapon. However, the blood-red Buddhist commandment blade was far more terrifying than Zhuowen had expected. It was as if someone was controlling the blade to kill. The blood-red Buddhist commandment blade buzzed again. The blade tore through space and arrived before Zhuowen in an instant. It slashed down fiercely. Terrifying slaughter chi condensed into countless rays of blade light. The blade slashed down, as if the entire space was about to be destroyed. Zhuowen's expression changed slightly. He thrust out his blood-red spear, splitting it into streaks of blood-red spear shadows. They collided with the blood-red Buddhist commandment blade. Terrifying power erupted, and thunderous booms rang out endlessly. Thump, thump, thump. Zhuowen could not help but retreat under the power. Ever since the blood-red Buddhist commandment blade had absorbed all the slaughter chi in the cavern, it had become much more powerful than before. It directly suppressed Zhuowen. Kid, With a strand of the monk's divine sense, you're no match for the blood-red Buddhist commandment blade, Xiao He said gravely. Then what should I do? Zhuowen also sensed that something was off and hurriedly asked. It's just a mere Emperor Realm expert's divine sense. Kid, restrain the blood-red Buddhist commandment blade. I'll erase this divine sense, Xiao He continued. Upon hearing this, Zhuowen nodded. He knew that Xiao He was very proficient in spiritual bodies and spiritual force. Naturally, he trusted Xiao He. Don't try to trick me. Also, this blood-red Buddhist commandment blade is very strong. I won't be able to hold on for long. So, you have to end this quickly, Zhuowen said to Xiao He. As soon as he said that, Xiao He staggered. What kind of nonsense was this brat saying? When had he, the Dragon Lord, ever cheated this brat? Of course, even if he had cheated Zhuowen, with Xiao He's personality, he would never admit it. When the blood-red Buddhist commandment blade comes over, you'll restrain it. When the time comes, I'll enter the blood-red Buddhist commandment blade. Don't let the blood-red Buddhist commandment blade attack empty. Otherwise, with the power of the blade, one slash will greatly damage my vitality. When it came to serious matters, Xiao He became much more serious. The blood-red Buddhist commandment blade was very powerful. Xiao He was just a spiritual body. If he was hit, his vitality would definitely be greatly damaged. Understood. Hide first. Don't let the blood-red Buddhist commandment blade discover you. Zhuowen nodded. His right hand tightened on the blood-red spear as he stared cautiously at the blood-red Buddhist commandment blade that was dozens of meters away from him. Ha! This time, Zhuowen took the initiative to pounce forward. With a stomp of his foot, a terrifying force gushed out. His entire body was like a rock spreading its wings. The blood-red spear swept out and displayed the Azura blood spear force. An endless sea of blood swept out around him. Buzz. The blood-red Buddhist commandment blade was not to be outdone. With a wave of its blade, it was wrapped in a terrifying murderous aura. It broke through the air and flew towards Zhuowen. The blood-red Buddhist commandment blade was obviously a little angry at Zhuowen's provocation. Bang! 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 The man and the blade fought again. Although Zhuowen tried his best, he was still at an absolute disadvantage. Every time the blood-red Buddhist commandment blade slashed out, the power on it became more and more terrifying. Zhuowen's knees even began to bend, and the web between his thumb and forefinger began to bleed. Clang! The blood-red Buddhist commandment blade swung down again, and the sound of metal clashing was heard. A trace of ruthlessness flashed in Zhuowen's eyes. The moment the blood-red Buddhist commandment blade swung down, he reached out his right hand without any regard for his life and pinched the blood-red Buddhist commandment blade. The blood-red Buddhist commandment blade obviously did not expect the human in front of it to have such a move. The blade instantly froze. Xiao He now. Go! Zhuowen roared. Suddenly, a wisp of black light swept out from his body and fiercely drilled into the blood-red Buddhist commandment blade. Puff! The moment the wisp of black light drilled into the blood-red Buddhist commandment blade, the blade suddenly went berserk. With a wave of the blade, Zhuowen's arm, which was holding the blood-red Buddhist commandment blade, was directly cut off and blood spurted out. Buzz! The moment Zhuowen's right arm was cut off, the blood-red Buddhist commandment blade was really angry. It took advantage of the situation and swept toward Zhuowen again. Its target was Zhuowen's heart. Zhuowen's face changed slightly. He stepped on the soles of his feet and instantly avoided the vital part of his body. However, the blood-red Buddhist commandment blade directly pierced into Zhuowen's shoulder blade and then went through his back. Suddenly, a bloody hole appeared. Blood gushed out from the bloody hole like a faucet that was not turned on properly. Tap, tap, tap. Zhuowen spat out a mouthful of blood and kept retreating. Looking at the blood-red Buddhist commandment blade in the sky, his eyes were full of horror. The blood-red Buddhist commandment blade was so terrifying. How could it be so powerful? Is Xiao He still not healed? Zhuowen murmured. The bloody hole began to slowly heal under the strong vitality. The vitality in the core of the blood soul tree was constantly decreasing in the process of healing Zhuowen's injuries. After all, the vitality in the core of the blood soul tree was not endless. There would be a time when it would be exhausted. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. The blood-red Buddhist commandment blade did not give up. It swept toward Zhuowen again, intending to kill Zhuowen completely. Damn it! There's no end to this guy. Zhuowen cursed in a low voice. He rolled like a wild donkey and dodged the attack of the blood-red Buddhist commandment blade. However, the powerful blade chi of the blood-red Buddhist commandment blade overflowed and scratched Zhuowen's thigh. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. The blood-red Buddhist commandment blade slashed out again and again. Every slash left a serious injury on Zhuowen's body. Fortunately, Zhuowen was able to accurately avoid his vital parts every time. In addition to the strong vitality in the core of the blood soul tree, he was able to avoid many slashes. Even so, Zhuowen was in an extremely sorry state under the repeated slashes. His body was covered in blood, and he looked like a terrifying blood man. Xiaohei, are you still not done? I can't hold on any longer. Looking at the blood-red Buddhist commandment blade that was about to strike again, Zhuowen's heart skipped a beat. He could not help but roar at Xiaohei. Swoosh! The blood-red Buddhist commandment blade swept out again. However, this time, its speed was much faster than before. In the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of Zhuowen. The sharp blade flicked upwards, intending to cut Zhuowen in half. Dodge! Zhuowen roared. He took a step and at the same time, he held the blood spear horizontally in an attempt to block the slash. Bang! Under the slash, the blood spear was directly sent flying. The terrifying blade light swept past in an instant. Then, Zhuowen's entire right shoulder was cut off by the blood-red Buddhist commandment blade. Zhuowen sucked in a breath of cold air as blood gushed out from his wound. Thankfully, he was able to rely on his powerful life force to stop the bleeding. However, this injury was too serious and his severed right shoulder did not immediately regenerate. Oh no! I can't face the blood-red Buddhist commandment blade in my current state. Looking at the serious injury on his body, Zhuowen gasped. Looking at the blood-red Buddhist commandment blade in front of him again, Zhuowen's heart was filled with despair. Swoosh! In an instant, the blood-red Buddhist commandment blade came in front of Zhuowen again. It wanted to completely cut off Zhuowen. However, Zhuowen no longer had the extra strength to dodge. He could only watch the blood-red Buddhist commandment blade come at him again. Clang! When the blood-red Buddhist commandment blade was only a few inches away from Zhuowen's forehead, it suddenly stopped. Then, it fell to the ground with a crisp tinkling sound. Zhuowen, who was originally in despair, looked at this scene and let out a sigh of relief. He knew that Xiaohei, who had entered the blood-red Buddhist commandment blade, had successfully erased the divine thought in the blade. Sure enough, a black light swept out from the blood-red Buddhist commandment blade that fell to the ground. It turned into Xiaohei's appearance and came in front of Zhuowen. Kid, why are you in such a sorry state? Xiaohei also saw Zhuowen with his right shoulder cut off and could not help but ask. Looking at Xiaohei's ignorant face, Zhuowen gritted his teeth and said, "It's all because of the blood-red Buddhist commandment blade. You went in for so long. Why did you only come out now? If you came out a little later, I would have been finished by now." The divine thought in the blood-red Buddhist commandment blade was quite powerful. It took a lot of this dragon lord's time and energy. Xiaohei laughed dryly. Zhuowen nodded. He did not blame Xiaohei on this point. Instead, he asked cautiously, "Did you find any clues in that divine thought?" Speaking of which, the background of this blood-red monk is not ordinary. He seems to be from the great Thunderclap Temple in the divine Nether Realm. However, this guy is a traitor of the great Thunderclap Temple. He violated the commandments and committed a heinous crime. He was wanted in the 9 Netherworld realm, so he escaped. However, this unlucky guy, because his injuries were too severe, he finally passed away under the true Vein Forest. Xiao He said tirelessly. The great Thunderclap Temple in the divine Nether realm? Zhuowen was startled. He did not expect that this blood-red monk actually came from the divine Nether realm. If he did not guess wrongly, the divine Nether realm's inner courtyard was the biggest power in the divine Nether realm. However, he did not know how big the great Thunderclap Temple's power was in the divine Nether realm. Kid! The great Thunderclap Temple's power is not small. Although it is not comparable to the divine Nether realm's inner courtyard, it is still a famous and powerful power in the divine Nether realm. Xiao He said indifferently. Then why did this blood-red monk commit such a heinous crime? In the end, he ended up like this. It is really sad and lamentable, Zhuowen said with a sigh. This blood-red monk's strength was very terrifying. This could be seen from the power of the blood-red Buddhist commandment blade. He was definitely an existence more terrifying than Jianmu. Moreover, if this blood-red monk did not die, he might have entered the Saint realm and become famous. Xiao He had a strange gaze and said, Do you know who this blood-red monk worships the most? Who? Zhuowen asked curiously. Fighting Buddha Demon Saint. Zhuowen was startled and his pupils shrank. Chapter 1042. Murderous Oath-Breaking Blade. The Fighting Buddha Demon Saint was definitely an anomaly in that era. After all, since ancient times, the Buddha and the Demon Saint were at odds with each other. However, this Fighting Buddha Demon Saint came from the Buddhist sect, but he cultivated the demonic Tao. He forcefully combined these two opposing forces together and obtained a terrifying power that shook the ancient times. At this point, Blackie looked pitifully at the monk in crimson clothes who was sitting cross-legged in the middle of the cave and continued, It is because of the example of the Fighting Buddha Demon Saint that the monk in crimson clothes worships him blindly. He even learned to cultivate the demonic way of massacre. He wants to combine the demonic way of massacre with his Buddhist way and obtain the strength of the Fighting Buddha Demon Saint. Unfortunately, the monk's talent and luck were not as good as the Fighting Buddha Demon Saint's. Moreover, the great Thunderclap Temple found out that he cultivated the demonic way of massacre and put him on the wanted list. Because of that, he committed a monstrous massacre and ended up like this. Zhuowen looked at the monk in blood-red clothes with pity when he heard that. The monk in blood-red clothes was really pitiful. He was actually hunted down because of this and died before he could even become a saint. The monk's strength is not bad. From his divine sense, he should be an 8th-level martial emperor. The Buddhist commandment blade in his hand contains both the Buddhist way and the demonic way. It might be of great help to you in the future, Xiao He said to Zhuowen. Zhuowen nodded. The injury on his right shoulder had completely healed. He extended his right hand and held the blood-red Buddhist commandment blade in his hand. Suddenly, a terrifying murderous aura flowed from his right arm into Zhuowen's body. The murderous aura in the blood-red Buddhist commandment blade is so dense. If someone with a weak mind were to obtain such a weapon, wouldn't he be controlled by the blade and become its slave? Zhuowen frowned slightly. With a thought, he switched the Buddha eye to the demon eye. He let the demon eye suck in the horrifying murderous aura until it was within Zhuowen's tolerance. Kid, you, who possess the Buddha demon eyes, are actually very suitable to cultivate the martial arts of this blood-robed monk. This monk is quite talented. He combined the devil Tao of massacre with the Buddhist Tao and called it the Buddhist Tao of massacre. If you can master the Buddhist Tao of massacre, I'm afraid you can really become a second Fighting Buddha demon sage. Xiao He clicked her tongue in wonder. Slaughtering Buddhism? Zhuowen was startled, and then he asked Xiao He, could it be that the monk didn't leave anything else in his spiritual sense? I knew you would ask about this. The monk in crimson clothes did leave behind some things. In his divine consciousness, there were some insights about the Buddhist way of massacre and a set of self-created saber technique. Xiao He chuckled. How could he have comprehended the slaughter Buddha Tao and created his own blade technique? Let me have a look, Zhuowen said to Xiao He as his interest was piqued. I'll pass it to you through my divine consciousness. Take your time to look at it. As she spoke, Xiao He waved her little claw. Suddenly, a crimson light swept out and penetrated into Zhuowen's glabella. Zhuowen felt a pain in his head, and he realized that there was some unfamiliar information in his sea of consciousness. Most of the information was about the monk in crimson clothes' comprehension of the Buddhist way of massacre. Of course, other than the comprehension, there was also a set of blade technique in the information. Slaughtering oath-breaking blade technique? Zhuowen muttered to himself. The blade technique was called the slaughtering oath-breaking blade technique. It was a powerful blade technique that the monk in crimson clothes had created by combining the devil Tao of massacre with the Buddhist way of massacre. According to the monk in crimson clothes' divine consciousness, he had once used the slaughtering oath-breaking blade technique to kill a level 9 emperor when he was a level 8 emperor. It was a terrifying and powerful blade technique. The slaughtering oath-breaking blade technique had a total of 5 styles. They were the destruction of life, chaotic mortal world, abstinence from life, absolute wisdom, and samsara in the sea of bitterness. In the monk in crimson clothes' divine consciousness, the 5th style of the 5 styles contained the power of reincarnation. When the blade was slashed out, time and space would be reincarnated. It was extremely terrifying. Since the bladesmanship is called the slaughtering oath-breaking bladesmanship, then this Buddhist commandment blade is the slaughtering oath-breaking bladesmanship? Zhuowen raised the Buddhist commandment blade in his hand, his eyes revealing a hint of contemplation. You're right. The Buddhist commandment blade in your hand is called the slaughtering oath-breaking blade. Originally, the Buddhist commandment blade should be a blade worn by monks. According to the commandment, it is only allowed to cut clothes and is not allowed to kill. However, the monk in crimson clothes used the Buddhist commandment blade in his hand to kill. Originally, his Buddhist commandment blade had no name. However, after he committed the sin of killing, he named it the slaughtering oath-breaking blade technique. Kid, you have to be more serious. The slaughtering oath-breaking blade technique and the blade technique are both terrifying. This set of blade technique can allow you to use it until you reach the high-level emperor realm. Xiao He came in front of Zhuowen and said faintly. Hearing this, Zhuowen nodded. He knew very well how terrifying the slaughtering oath-breaking blade technique was. Moreover, the slaughtering oath-breaking blade technique contained both the devil Tao of massacre and the Buddhist way. After cultivating it, it might be beneficial for him to master the Buddha demon I in the future. After putting away the slaughtering oath-breaking blade technique and the blade technique, Zhuowen looked at the monk in crimson clothes who was sitting cross-legged in the middle of the cave. Although you left your divine will in the slaughtering oath-breaking blade technique to kill me, you were able to create the slaughtering oath-breaking blade technique. This is enough to prove your greatness. Now that I have inherited your slaughtering oath-breaking blade technique, I can be considered half your disciple. Having said that, Zhuowen knelt down on both knees and respectfully kowtowed twice to the monk in crimson clothes. However, when he kowtowed, the monk in crimson clothes suddenly revealed a smile as if he was gratified. Then, he turned into a wisp of blood qi and completely disappeared into the air. It seems that the physical body of the monk in crimson clothes has been destroyed long ago. The body in the cave is probably the manifestation of the monk's unreconciled obsession. It seems that your actions just now have converted it, Xiao He said in a strange manner. When Zhuowen saw this scene, a strange look appeared in his eyes. He did not expect that his kowtowing would cause the remnant obsession of the monk in crimson clothes to dissipate. Since this matter has been settled, we should leave. This time, the Yuan vein explosion in the True Vein Forest caused a huge commotion. I'm afraid that it has attracted many experts from Anming City. It's better for us to leave as soon as possible, Xiao He said to Zhuowen. Nodding his head, Zhuowen also had the same intention. With a step, he left the cave and rushed towards the blood-colored tunnel. The slaughtering, oath-breaking blade technique of the monk in crimson clothes was an extremely powerful emperor weapon. It could only unleash its greatest power when combined with the slaughtering, oath-breaking blade technique. With Zhuowen's current cultivation level, he would need to spend a lot of time to comprehend it. Therefore, Zhuowen planned to return and study the slaughtering, oath-breaking blade technique. Master! When Zhuowen arrived at the corner of the tunnel, Ziyang was still quietly waiting there. When he saw Zhuowen come out, he respectfully greeted him. Let's leave this place. Otherwise, we will attract more and more people. Zhuowen nodded his head. Soon after, he led Ziyang out of the tunnel, following which they rushed towards the top of the tunnel at lightning speed. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Zhuowen and Ziyang finally exited the tunnel. The Yuan Qi pillar in the sky was still connected to the heavens like a heavenly pillar. It was extremely terrifying. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. At this moment, more than 10 figures had already appeared above the Yuan Qi pillar. These figures were ecstatic as they rushed around the Yuan Qi pillar. They were actually collecting the spirit stones that were gushing out from the tunnel. Oh? Someone came out from the tunnel? The instant Zhuowen and Ziyang emerged from the tunnel, the figures that were snatching the spirit stones from the Yuan Qi pillar stopped one after another. Their gazes all gathered on Zhuowen and Ziyang. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. In an instant, more than 10 figures on the Yuan Qi pillar swooped down and arrived in front of Zhuowen and Ziyang. These people had different appearances and weapons in their hands. However, they were all very strong. Among them, there were about 8 at the peak of the Golden Exalt realm, 5 at the early stage of the Heavenly Exalt realm, and 1 at the intermediate stage of the Heavenly Exalt realm. The intermediate stage Heavenly Exalt warrior was dressed in black. His long hair was mottled with black and white. He was a middle-aged man in his 40s. The others looked at him with awe. Did you just come out from the tunnel? What's inside? The middle-aged man with black and white hair asked Zhuowen coldly. There's nothing. There are enough spirit stones in the entire Yuan vein for you to divide among yourselves. Therefore, I don't want to have any dispute with you, Zhuowen said indifferently. After obtaining the inheritance of the monk in red, Zhuowen had actually obtained the most precious thing in the entire Yuan vein. Moreover, he and Ziyang had also obtained a considerable amount of top-grade spirit stones from the tunnel. Zhuowen had long lost interest in the spirit stones that gushed out from the Yuan Qi pillar outside. There's nothing? In that case, you can leave your spirit ring and get lost, the middle-aged man with black and white hair said coldly as he stared at Zhuowen indifferently. As soon as these words were spoken, the 13 people behind him looked at Zhuowen with ridicule in their eyes. All of them could sense that the young man before them was merely at the sovereign stage, and the Yuan energy pillar was gushing out from the crack. Moreover, the 2 of them had just come out from the crack. Who would believe that there was nothing good in the crack? You want me to leave my spirit ring and get lost? Zhuowen's eyes were very calm, so calm that it was frightening. Why? Black and White Boss asked you to get lost. Are you unhappy? Are you planning to resist? You should know that if you choose to do this, the consequences will be very serious. A warrior at the peak of the Golden Exalt realm walked out from behind the black and white-haired man. His aura exploded as he stared at Zhuowen indifferently. Obviously, this person wanted to show off in front of the black and white-haired man. Why don't you try and let me know how serious the consequences are? Zhuowen suddenly said with a smile. The warrior at the peak of the Golden Exalt realm was stunned. He did not expect Zhuowen to say such provocative words. Was there really something wrong with his head? Since you want to know, I'll let you experience the consequences of resisting Black and White Boss. Chapter 1043. Black-White Sand. Looking at the incoming fist, Zhuowen's gaze was indifferent. He pushed with his right hand and caught the fist. Then, he fiercely twisted it. Crack! The smile on the peak golden venerate's face froze before it could fully bloom. Then, he felt a heart-wrenching pain from the fist. Ah! A blood-curdling scream was heard. The black and white-haired middle-aged man and the group of people who were looking at them with a mocking expression froze as they looked at the scene in front of them in astonishment. The fist of the peak golden venerate was caught in the palm of Zhuowen's hand. Then, Zhuowen casually squeezed and the peak golden venerate's right hand was twisted in an irregular manner. Creak! Lin Fan's left hand formed a palm and landed on the right arm of the peak golden venerate. Terrifying yuan power invaded the peak golden venerate's right arm like a meat grinder. The peak golden venerate's right arm crumbled inch by inch and turned into a bloody mist. Deng deng deng! With his right arm destroyed, the pinnacle golden exalt took a step back and retreated. Looking at the young man in front of him, his face was filled with shock and anger. Until now, he still couldn't react. How did he lose his right arm? The young man's attack speed was too fast. Was this still the strength that a supreme exalt could display? You can't beat me and you want to leave? Do you think it will be so easy? Zhuowen snorted coldly and took a step forward. In an instant, he was in front of the peak golden exalt who was retreating. His right hand formed into a claw and grabbed the peak golden exalt's left arm. Then, a golden light flashed on Zhuowen's left hand and he threw a punch. It landed heavily on the peak golden venerate's chest. With a muffled sound, the peak golden venerate was turned into a bloody mist before he could even make a sound. You dare to kill him? The black and white-haired middle-aged man narrowed his eyes and a terrifying force burst out. He stared coldly at Zhuowen and shouted. Why? He wanted to kill me but he was not strong enough. Shouldn't he be killed by me? Zhuowen lifted his head and stared calmly at the black and white-haired man. Good, good. A mere supreme realm cultivator actually dared to speak such arrogant words. You've really eaten the guts of a leopard. Do you really think that you're invincible just because you killed a peak golden venerable? The black and white-haired man's gaze turned even colder. You talk too much. Xiang, kill all these eyesores. Staring at the murderous middle-aged man with long black and white hair, Zhuowen didn't want to say anything and directly ordered Xiang. Anming City was only a small and remote city. It was impossible for a city like this to have an Emperor Realm expert. It might not even have a peak Empyrean. Therefore, Xiang Tianzuan could be considered an overlord in Anming City. After Zhuowen finished speaking, Xiang Tianzuan, who had been standing behind Zhuowen, stepped forward and stood in front of Zhuowen. He said respectfully, Master, are we going to kill them all? Other than these 13 people, there are still quite a few people over there. As he spoke, Xiang Tianzuan pointed to more figures outside the origin energy pillar. These cultivators' cultivation wasn't as high as the black and white-haired man's group. Therefore, they were the other cultivators of Anming City who were excluded by the black and white-haired man's group. Forget about those people. Just kill these 13 eyesores. Zhuowen said indifferently. When Zhuowen said those words, the 13 people who were led by the black and white-haired man immediately glared at Zhuowen. This brat was too arrogant. Could it be that he thought the servant by his side could kill the 13 of them? Boom! However, the moment a terrifying aura burst out, the black and white-haired man and the other 13 people were stunned. Their throats trembled as they swallowed their saliva. This aura was so terrifying, it was like the might of the heavens. Peak. Heavenly venerable? The black and white-haired man opened his mouth and spat out those words with difficulty. He couldn't help but take a few steps back. His gaze landed on Zhuowen, who was behind Xiang. A mere supreme-level cultivator actually had a peak heavenly venerable guard. How did this kid do it? Could it be that this kid's background was extremely terrifying? Young master. Just now, we had eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. We were blind dogs. We hope that young master can let us go. The black and white-haired man and his group immediately cupped their hands and begged for mercy when Xiang's peak heavenly venerable cultivation erupted. The black and white-haired man was the strongest in their group, but he was only a mid-stage heavenly venerable. If he encountered a peak heavenly venerable, he would definitely be crushed. As for the black and white-haired man, his eyes flickered. No one knew what he was thinking, but his face had turned extremely ugly. Kill! Zhuowen's gaze was indifferent. He was unmoved and simply spat out that word. Boom! The moment Zhuowen spat out the word kill, Xiang Tianzuan also moved. 3 huge Xiang wheels rose from his body and rushed towards the 13 people in front of him. Run! The black and white-haired man shouted. With a stomp of his foot, he rushed towards the back at an extremely fast speed. Run? Do you think you can escape? Zhuowen said indifferently. With a stomp of his foot, 3 pairs of lightning wings appeared on his back. Like a bolt of lightning, he intercepted the black and white-haired man in midair. Xiang, kill the other 12. I'll kill this guy. Lightning flashed as Zhuowen arrived in front of the black and white-haired man and ordered Xiang. Xiang nodded. He didn't have any objections. He was well aware of Zhuowen's terrifying battle strength, so he wasn't worried that the black and white-haired man would pose any threat to Zhuowen. Kill! Xiang shouted. With his 3-wheeled Xiang, he rushed towards the remaining 12 people, not letting any of them go. You're really arrogant. A mere supreme being dares to intercept me. Are you really courting death? When he saw that Ziyang had really obeyed Zhuowen's orders and pursued the other 12 people, the black and white-haired man heaved a sigh of relief, and his gaze carried a trace of cruelty and contempt as he looked at the young man before him. The commotion here also attracted the attention of many cultivators outside the Yuan-Chi pillar. They quickly recognized the black and white-haired man. It's black and white sand. Just now, black and white sand coveted the things on the 2 people who came out of the crack. It looks like the 2 sides have started fighting. Black and white sand kicked an iron plate. The black-haired youth's cultivation is indeed weak, but his battle strength isn't. Moreover, the blue-clothed man is even more terrifying. He's actually a peak heavenly venerable expert. They're finished. Eh? That black-clothed youth is actually facing black and white sand alone. What's that guy doing? Does he want to fight black and white sand alone? The confrontation between Zhuowen and black and white sand immediately attracted the attention of the crowd. Especially when the crowd discovered that Zhuowen's aura was only at the Supreme Being realm, there was a flurry of discussion and whispers. It's Zhuowen? Among the crowd, 2 figures' gazes suddenly converged on Zhuowen, who was facing black and white sand, and they couldn't help but mutter in a low voice. The 2 figures were a man and a woman. If Zhuowen were here, he would definitely be able to recognize them. They were actually the Sun family's patriarch, Sun Xing, and his daughter, Sun Jia. This Zhuowen is actually facing black and white sand. Isn't he a bit arrogant? Sun Jia frowned. Young Master Zhuo's strength is extraordinary. Last time, he was able to kill the armored crocodile. This proves that his battle strength is actually not weaker than a mid-stage heavenly venerable. He should be able to withstand black and white sand. Sun Xing shook his head. At this moment black and white sand stared indifferently at Zhuowen and said coldly, "Later, when you are killed by me, don't blame me for being merciless. I should be the one saying that. I feel that the one who will be killed is not me, but you." Zhuowen replied indifferently. "You are very confident and arrogant. However, people like you die very early." After black and white sand finished speaking, he took a step forward and instantly appeared in front of Zhuowen. He raised his hands and a black and white saber appeared in his hands. Yin Yang saber. With a roar, He Sha swung his black and white sabers. Immediately, a spinning pattern of yin and yang appeared behind him. A terrifying force of yin and yang shot out of his hands, turning into 2 huge saber shadows of yin and yang intertwined in the air. Rumble! The huge yin-yang saber shadow descended from the void and slashed towards Zhuowen's head, wanting to cut Zhuowen in half. Morning treasure seal. Zhuowen let out an indifferent cry. A mysterious seal descended from the void. Soon after, a sorrowful feeling spread out. Like a curse, it landed on Black White Sand's body. Why did my strength suddenly drop? The moment the sorrowful feeling spread out, Black and White Sand's face changed drastically. He clearly felt that his entire body was powerless and his strength had dropped drastically. At the same time, he felt a sense of sadness in his heart and his mood fell. Nirvana of the Great Sun! Zhuowen roared and grew 4 heads and 8 arms. He stepped into the void and instantly appeared in front of Black and White Sand. His 8 arms struck out fiercely and golden light burst out, directly resisting the black and white yin-yang saber shadow in the void. Rumble! After being weakened by the morning treasure seal, Black and White Sand's strength had dropped drastically. The power of the black and white saber shadow was also greatly weakened. Bang! 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 Zhuowen threw out punch after punch and golden light gathered in the air to form a golden universe. It looked extremely bright and dazzling. Gotcha! Finally, Zhuowen threw out another punch. This punch was wrapped in earth-shaking power, and it landed heavily on the black and white yin-yang saber shadow. Suddenly, the entire saber shadow space shook and the space shattered into pieces. The black and white saber shadow also shattered into pieces. Die! After breaking through the saber shadow, Zhuowen took a step forward and immediately appeared in front of Black and White Sand. His 8 arms smashed down heavily and earth-shattering power spread out, causing Black and White Sand's face to change drastically. At that moment, he was cursed by the morning treasure seal and his strength had been greatly weakened. Moreover, Zhuowen's strength had far exceeded his expectations. Black and White Saber Shield. Black and White Sand roared angrily. He held his sabers horizontally and the black and white sabers merged together to form a huge saber shield, blocking in front of him. It's useless. 100 feet body break. Zhuowen roared and his body grew to a height of 100 feet. Then, his mountain-like arms swung down from the sky and smashed on the saber shield. Gotcha! Chapter 1044. Handing in the mission in the end, the cracks on the black and white shield became more and more terrifying. Finally, it completely shattered. Then, Zhuowen's 8 arms hammered down, and the black and white shield completely shattered into dust. Die! The moment the black and white shield shattered, Zhuowen's 8 arms hammered down again, slamming into the black and white sand. The black and white sand didn't even make a sound before exploding into a cloud of blood mist. The moment the black and white sand died, the battle on Ziyang Tianzuan's side was also completely over. Ziyang took a step forward and returned to Zhuowen's side, standing respectfully behind him. Looking at the black and white sand that was easily killed, the cultivators outside the Origin Chi pillar felt as if they had been struck by lightning. They were stunned on the spot, their eyes fixed on Zhuowen. Black and white sand, a mid-stage heavenly venerable, was killed by a supreme stage youth just like that? This scene would probably be imprinted in everyone's minds for a long time, like a shadow that would linger for a long time. This Zhuowen seems to be even stronger than before? Sun Jiao was also a little stunned and couldn't help muttering in a low voice. Sun Xing also had a look of awe. The black and white sand was much stronger than him, but Zhuowen could easily kill him. This was enough to show that Zhuowen could kill him as easily as crushing an ant. It's a pity that young Master Zhuo isn't willing to become the son-in-law of our Sun family. However, with young Master Zhuo's talent, I'm sure he doesn't like our Sun family, right? Sun Xing whispered with some pity. Hearing this, the complex look in Sun Jia's beautiful eyes became even more intense. Looking at the imposing figure bathed in golden light, she suddenly remembered how she had made things difficult for Zhuowen in the True Vein Forest. Now that she thought about it, how laughable it was. Master, the density of the Origin Chi pillar is much denser than the Origin Chi pillar in the main city. I'm afraid it's quite beneficial for our cultivation. Look at us. Ziyang suddenly stopped Zhuowen and pointed at the terrifying origin chi pillar behind them with his right hand. He whispered to Zhuowen, "You're right. Let's cultivate here for a while before returning." Zhuowen nodded. He was also tempted. His cultivation had already reached the peak of the sovereign realm, and he was very close to the golden exalt realm. He could use this yuan qi pillar to raise his cultivation to the golden exalt realm. As they spoke, the two of them took a step forward and instantly arrived at the core area of the yuan qi pillar. There was a rather large empty space there. Zhuowen and Ziyang sat there as if there was no one else around, and began to refine the rich yuan qi around them. The other people outside the yuan qi pillar looked at the two people sitting in the core area with fear in their eyes. These two people were too terrifying. Even Black White Sands group was easily killed, so they naturally did not dare to make any move. They only dared to quietly cultivate or search for spirit stones in the outer area. Time gradually passed, and a month quickly passed. Although the yuan qi pillar was also gradually thinning with the passage of time, it was also gradually thinning. After all, it was impossible for the yuan qi in this yuan vein to be endless. Rumors about the yuan qi pillar had also spread throughout Anming City. More and more cultivators gathered here in order to search for spirit stones. There were also some who wanted to use the rich yuan qi to cultivate. The two figures sitting cross-legged in the yuan qi pillar had become a common sight for many cultivators over the past month. Although many cultivators would cast their gazes at the two figures from time to time, no one dared to provoke them. This was because everyone still remembered that an early-stage Heavenly Exalt cultivator wanted to enter the core area of the yuan qi pillar to cultivate, so he rashly rushed in. When he wanted to chase away the two figures, the blue-clothed man only used one move to kill the early-stage Heavenly Exalt cultivator in front of everyone. Even an early-stage Heavenly Exalt cultivator had died at the hands of the blue-clothed man. Naturally, no one else dared to provoke or enter the core area of the yuan qi pillar. Finally, among the two figures that were originally motionless, a black-clothed youth slowly opened his eyes. A terrifying aura surged out from his body, forming a hurricane around him. "I've broken through the early-stage Golden Exalt realm." Zhuowen revealed a smile. In a month, with the help of the rich yuan qi pillar, he had finally broken through the barrier of the peak sovereign realm and successfully advanced to the Golden Exalt realm. "Congratulations, Master!" Ziyang Tianzuan also stood up. He also saw that Zhuowen's cultivation had broken through and hurriedly congratulated him. "Ziyang, how much longer will it take for you to advance to the Emperor realm?" Zhuowen suddenly asked. He could feel that Ziyang Tianzuan was only a step away from the Emperor realm. Ziyang Tianzuan revealed a wry smile and said, "This is hard to say. After all, it's not that easy to break through to the Emperor realm. Although this subordinate has already taken half a step into the Emperor realm, it's still hard to say for sure." Hearing this, Zhuowen nodded. He also knew that it was difficult to break through to the Emperor realm. After all, Lu Hantian had stayed at the peak Heavenly Exalt realm for a long time before breaking through to the Emperor realm. Although Ziyang Tianzuan's talent was also very strong, there was still a gap between him and Lu Hantian. If there were no special fortuitous encounters, it would be difficult to break through to the Emperor realm. There's no hurry. After all, it's not that easy to break through to the Emperor realm. What you should do now is to accumulate more. Once you've accumulated enough, you'll be able to break through. At that time, it'll be time for you to soar into the sky," Zhuowen said lightly. Ziyang Tianzuan nodded. His eyes were full of approval. The Emperor realm was different from the Four Supremes realm. It wasn't something that could be successfully advanced by relying on talent. It also required the accumulation of time and energy. "Let's go. It's time to return to Jiaoshan College to hand in the mission." Looking at the increasingly thin origin chi pillar in the sky, Zhuowen knew that the origin chi pillar would disappear soon. The origin chi vein underground would also slowly disappear with the passage of time. However, this had nothing to do with Zhuowen. Whoosh whoosh. As they spoke, the two of them turned into two streams of light and left the place. The moment the two of them left, the other warriors who were originally wandering around the origin chi pillar became restless and rushed towards the core area. After returning to the main city, Zhuowen instructed Xiang Tianzuan to return to the inn first. Then, he stepped into the outer courtyard again. Following the winding path, Zhuowen arrived at the mission location. The number of people in the mission hall was extremely high. There were constantly people coming and going to accept missions on the light screen. It was very lively. Moreover, Zhuowen discovered that the missions in the heaven region had been changed to 10 new missions. The reason for the change was that the previous 10 missions had been successfully completed. This Deba is really not simple. In just a little over a month, he actually completed all 10 missions in the heaven region. Looking at the 10 new missions in the heaven region, Zhuowen frowned slightly and couldn't help but mutter to himself. Previously, all 10 missions in the heaven region had been accepted by Deba alone. Now that the missions had been changed, it could only mean that all 10 missions had been completed. Zhuowen shook his head and ignored this. He walked directly to the second floor and came to the counter where Bei Xian was. Yo, Zhuo Xiaoyu is here again. Did the mission go smoothly this time? Seeing Zhuowen come, Bei Xian quickly stood up from his chair and asked with a flushed face. It went quite smoothly. I basically completed all of them. This is the token for this mission. Senior Bei Xian, please take a look. It should be considered a pass, right? Zhuowen nodded and took out an emerald green pill from his spirit ring. This was the channel opening pill that Zhuowen had obtained from the Sun family. It was also the token for completing the mission this time. It's the real channel opening pill. Bei Xian took it and looked at it. He nodded and returned the channel opening pill to Zhuowen. He continued, You have completed the mission this time. The reward for this mission is 30,000 contribution points. This is your reward. Take it. As he spoke, Bei Xian also transferred 30,000 contribution points to Zhuowen. Originally, Zhuowen only had 30,000 contribution points. Now, he had an additional 30,000 contribution points. He now had a total of 60,000 contribution points. Senior Bei Xian, I still have some good stuff that I want to exchange for contribution points. Zhuowen suddenly smiled mysteriously at Bei Xian. Bei Xian's eyes lit up and he laughed. I knew that you would definitely have some good stuff. What is it? Take it out and let me take a look. Zhuowen nodded and immediately took out a crystal-clear spiritual stone that was filled with yuan qi and handed it to Bei Xian. This is a supreme-grade spiritual stone? Bei Xian was stunned at first, then he said with some surprise. A supreme-grade spiritual stone was much rarer than a high-grade spiritual stone. Even in Jiaxin College, it was hard to find such a spiritual stone. Hence, when Bei Xian saw Zhuowen take out a supreme-grade spiritual stone, he was extremely surprised. Senior Bei Xian, how many contribution points can this supreme-grade spiritual stone be exchanged for? Zhuowen asked curiously. Bei Xian pondered for a while and said, A supreme-grade spiritual stone can be exchanged for 20,000 contribution points. You must have more than one on you, right? 20,000 contribution points? Zhuowen was also shocked. He did not expect a supreme-grade spiritual stone to be so valuable. A single one was worth 20,000 contribution points. He had 200 supreme-grade spiritual stones on him. Didn't that mean that he could exchange them for 4 million contribution points? However, Zhuowen did not plan to exchange all the supreme-grade spiritual stones for contribution points. 200 supreme-grade spiritual stones was a huge sum of money. It was enough to arouse the greed of anyone. Hence, Zhuowen would not be so foolish to exchange all of them. Thinking about this, Zhuowen smiled and took out 10 supreme-grade spiritual stones from his spiritual ring. He said, My luck is not bad. During this mission, I found a small yuan vein. Hence, I found these supreme-grade spiritual stones. Looking at the 10 supreme-grade spiritual stones in Zhuowen's hand, Bei Xian nodded his head. His expression did not change. Instead, he looked at Zhuowen strangely and said, "Looks like your luck is not bad. You actually found a small yuan vein during a mission. It's just luck. Senior Bei Xian, please exchange them for contribution points for me." Zhuowen scratched his head and said naively. Chapter 1045. West Trench City. Hearing Bei Xian's teasing words, Zhuowen only smiled faintly. He did not feel proud at all. His goal was not limited to the outer court, but the 9 netherworld realm. He wanted to explore a world that was even bigger than the 9 netherworld realm. After chatting with Bei Xian for a while, Zhuowen exchanged for some arcane technique manuals and instructions on how to refine yuan arrays. At the same time, he also exchanged for the materials needed to refine yuan arrays from Bei Xian. Zhuowen planned to spend some time practicing the method of refining origin formations. He planned to join the Arcana Tower and meet with Mu Feng. After all, only Mu Feng knew about the key to fusing the 9 types of earth fire, the 1,000-fold fossil. However, what made Zhuowen's heart ache was that everything related to arcane techniques required an exorbitant amount of contribution points. Zhuowen exchanged for some basic arcane techniques manuals, yuan array materials, and blueprints, which actually cost him a total of 200,000 contribution points. In other words, all the contribution points that Zhuowen exchanged with the supreme-grade spirit stones were spent on the series of items that were refined by the arcane yuan array. Being an arcane master is indeed a money-burning profession. Zhuowen sighed softly and silently in his heart when he saw the number of 60,000 displayed on the contribution technique table. Originally, he planned to exchange for the love seal of the 7 emotions precious seal. Unfortunately, he did not have enough contribution points on him. It seemed like he could only exchange for it next time. Although Zhuowen could take out some supreme-grade spirit stones to exchange for contribution points, Zhuowen had already taken out 20 supreme-grade spirit stones. If he took out more supreme-grade spirit stones now, it would definitely arouse Bei Xian's suspicion. Although Bei Xian did not look like someone who would be tempted by wealth, Zhuowen did not want to take the risk. After storing the yuan array materials and the arcane technique manuals into his spirit ring, Zhuowen bid farewell to Bei Xian and left the mission hall. Walking out of the quest hall, Zhuowen headed straight for the bamboo forest. Right now, he was rather concerned about whether Kanan, Mo Lingtian, and the others had completed their quests. After returning to his residence in the bamboo forest, Zhuowen took out the communication jade token for Jianan's group and sent a message. After which, he quietly waited at his own residence. He knew that Jianan's group would meet up at his residence once they returned to the outer academy. After waiting for more than 2 hours, Zhuowen realized that Mo Lingtian, Kanan, and the others had not come. What's going on? The time limit for Jianan and the others' mission is 1 month. Now, more than a month has passed. Logically speaking, regardless of whether the mission is a success or a failure, they should all return to the outer court. Sitting on a chair in the room, Zhuowen bent the fingers on his right hand and gently looked at the table beside him. An ominous premonition rose in his heart. Finally, Zhuowen stood up and sent a few more messages into the communication jade token. However, these messages were like mud sinking into the sea. There were no ripples at all. At this moment, Zhuowen's eyes were filled with coldness. After which, Zhuowen took out another communication jade token. This communication jade token belonged to Qingdong from the Fragrant Ink Pavilion. After sending a message to Qingdong to confirm Qingdong's location, Zhuowen left his residence and flew towards Qingdong. In a rather quiet and elegant courtyard, a man in snow-white clothes walked with a mysterious footwork. He held a sword in his right hand. As he took a step forward, the long sword in his hand changed. His swordsmanship and footwork merged into one. He was like a dancing butterfly. Swoosh! A figure suddenly flew over and landed in the courtyard. It was a black-robed young man. This young man was Zhuowen, who had just come out from the bamboo forest residence. Senior Ching Dong. Zhuowen cupped his hands and greeted politely. The white-clothed man slowly came to a halt. He turned around with a warm smile hanging from the corners of his mouth. He stared at Zhuowen in an indifferent manner and said, "Junior Zhuowen, why have you come this time?" "Senior Ching Dong. This time, I'm really sorry for bothering you. However, I have no choice but to ask for your help," Zhuowen said solemnly. Seeing Zhuowen's expression, the smile on Ching Dong's face faded. He knew that Zhuowen must have encountered some kind of problem. "Sit down and tell me slowly," Ching Dong said to Zhuowen with a smile. Nodding his head, Zhuowen sat on a stone chair at the side and briefly explained the matter of Jianan, Mo Lingtian and the other two. Zhuowen planned to borrow the power of the fragrant ink pavilion that Ching Dong was in to find out where Jianan and the other two were. Could it be that they had encountered danger during the mission? "I see. Junior Zhuowen, please don't be impatient. As your senior, I will instruct the members of the Fragrant Ink Pavilion to check on the situation of your 4 friends." Ching Dong nodded his head solemnly. Soon after, he took out a jade talisman with his right hand and sent a message into it. Then, the jade talisman disappeared in mid-air along with the message. The members of the Fragrant Ink Pavilion should be able to find out about the situation of your 4 friends very soon. After doing this, Ching Dong said with a smile. Zhuowen nodded his head lightly and his heart calmed down slightly. As one of the 4 most powerful factions in the Outer Academy, the Fragrant Ink Pavilion's information-gathering ability was naturally extremely powerful. Zhuowen could still trust them on this point. Zhuowen and Ching Dong sat opposite each other. They did not converse but instead silently waited for the information from the Fragrant Ink Pavilion. Soon after, a ray of light swept over from the horizon and instantly arrived above Ching Dong. Ching Dong waved his right hand and instantly, the ray of light was sucked into his hand. Soon after, he silently checked the information within the ray of light. Ching Dong, who originally had a calm expression, suddenly frowned. Soon after, he glanced at Zhuowen and a trace of pondering appeared in his eyes. Seeing the expression on Ching Dong's face, Zhuowen's gaze turned slightly serious. A trace of an ominous feeling rose in his heart and he hurriedly asked, "Senior Ching Dong, what happened? Where are Jianan and the other 3 now?" "Brother Zhuo, just now I received information from a member of the Fragrant Ink Pavilion. It is said that Jianan, Gatha and Xianxing were carrying out a mission in the West Path City in the northwest. However, during the mission, they unexpectedly had a conflict with the young master of the Xiaoyao sect, the largest faction in the West Path City. It is said that the 3 of them killed the young master and are now wanted by the Xiaoyao sect." At this point, Ching Dong did not continue speaking. He knew that Zhuowen was a smart person and would definitely be able to guess what had happened next. "Offended the Xiaoyao sect? Are they all right?" Zhuowen suddenly asked. "Jianan and the others are not in any life-threatening danger. It is said that Gatha's armor spirit is very magical and actually helped them to avert danger many times. However, this has also angered the higher-ups of the Xiaoyao sect. It is said that the master of the Xiaoyao sect has come out of the mountain and wants to completely suppress the 3 of them." Ching Dong continued. "The master of the Xiaoyao sect? What is his cultivation level?" Zhuowen asked. "He is at the peak of the Holy Master realm and is very powerful. Moreover, there are 5 elders in the Xiaoyao sect who are at the Holy Master realm. There are 6 Holy Masters in the Xiaoyao sect. They are considered a tyrant in the northwest." Ching Dong explained. "What about Mo Lingtian?" Zhuowen asked again. Mo Lingtian has completed his mission and returned. However, after hearing about the 3 of them, he left for the West Path City 3 days ago. Qing Dong said unhurriedly. Zhuowen nodded. There was a trace of anxiety in his heart. He cupped his hands at Qing Dong and said, Senior Qing Dong, thank you very much for this time. I will not stay for long. I have to go to the West Path City. Junior brother, be careful. This time, it's mainly because the three of them killed the young master of the Xiaoyao sect. The outer court is in the wrong. Although the higher-ups of the outer court knew that the three of them were being hunted, they did not lend a helping hand. This is the real reason. Therefore, the master of the Xiaoyao sect will not hold back just because you are a student of the excellent God Academy. Qing Dong cautiously reminded Zhuowen. Thank you for the reminder, senior. Zhuowen cupped his hands and left the outer court. He directly flew towards the northwest direction. Zhuowen had already exchanged for the map of the entire excellent God Island when he entered the academy. This was so that he would not be confused when doing missions in the future. Looking at Zhuowen's departing figure, Qing Dong's eyes revealed a trace of interest. He muttered in a low voice, Junior Zhuowen's progress is really fast. During the freshman assessment, he was only at the late stage of the sovereign realm. Now, it's only been 2 months and he has already reached the early stage of the golden sovereign realm. His talent is really terrifying. The northwest area of auspicious God Island was a desolate and uninhabited desert. In this desert, West Path City was the only place where people gathered. Many martial artists that passed by would basically come to West Path City to stay, replenish their rations, and water. A figure instantly cut through the void and arrived at the gate of West Path City. It was a handsome young man with a cold gaze. At this moment, most of the cultivators at the gate were wearing gauze hats and strange white robes. They held onto their horses and entered the city under the inspection of the gate guards. Why is the inspection of West Path City so strict recently? It wasn't this strict in the past. Don't you know? It's said that the young master of the Xiaoyao sect was killed. Now, the master of the Xiaoyao sect is going crazy and is looking for the murderer everywhere. What? Who has the guts to actually kill the young master of the Xiaoyao sect? Isn't that just courting death? You don't know. It's said that the murderer came from the excellent God Academy. Moreover, their cultivation isn't very high. It's said that they are only at the Xuanzuan realm level. However, among the 3 of them, 2 of them have armor souls that are not simple. They actually managed to escape the pursuit of the Xiaoyao sect. Moreover, because the 3 of them took the initiative to kill the young master of the Xiaoyao sect, the excellent God Academy doesn't plan to step in for the 3 of them. It can be said that they have given up on the 3 of them. The 2 cultivators standing in line in front of Zhuowen suddenly began to whisper. At the same time, their eyes swept around, afraid that someone would hear what they were saying. Zhuowen, who was standing behind the 2 of them, frowned slightly. He knew the characters of Jianan and the other 2. If no one provoked them, they would never attack or even kill. He always felt that there was something fishy about this. Chapter 1046. The man in the black robe. As the name implied, West Path City was a city that was opened up in the northwest region. The northwest region of excellent God Island was extremely desolate. The person who opened West Path City was the first-generation sect master of the Carefree sect. He was a person with great perseverance and was loved and respected by many people in West Path City. In order to thank the first patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect, the Xiaoyao sect had erected a stone statue of the first patriarch in front of the mountain gate to thank him for his great achievements. However, as time went on, the Xiaoyao sect became more and more opinionated and self-opinionated. Many cultivators in West Trench City were dissatisfied and even complained. However, the Xiaoyao sect was too powerful. Even though there were complaints everywhere, the cultivators in West Trench City didn't dare to resist. They were angry but didn't dare to say anything. On the yellow dirt road, people came and went. Zhuowen gazed at the surroundings of West Trench City. He was surprised at the prosperity of West Trench City. The northwest area of the wonderful Spirit Island was famous for being desolate, and for West Tuft City to be able to develop to this extent, it seemed that this carefree sect was not simple. However, Zhuo did not notice the strands of worry between the brows of the residents of West Tuft City. Let's go to the restaurant and see if there's any news about Jianan and the others. Following the flow of people on the street, Zhuo randomly found a restaurant and ordered a few dishes. He then sat there and drank by himself. At the same time, Yuan Power gathered in his ears and captured all the sounds that could be heard in the restaurant. Have you heard? It's said that the murderer of the Xiao Yao sect's young master has been caught. What? They caught him? The person who killed the young master must be very strong, right? It's said that it's a young man. However, his cultivation isn't very high. He's only in the Xuanzuan realm. I heard that there are still 2 accomplices who haven't been caught. However, the Xiao Yao sect's patriarch plans to bring this man to the Xiao Yao square and hang him in front of everyone. Zhuowen's wine glass suddenly froze as his pupils shrank. He never expected that one of the 3 had already been captured. Based on the description of the others, the one who had been captured was a young man. In that case, it was very likely that this person was Jianan. He wants to hang the murderer in front of everybody. I'm afraid the patriarch of the Xiao Yao sect wants to use him as bait to lure the other 2 out. You are the patriarch of the Xiao Yao sect, and you are using such despicable trick. How ridiculous! Suddenly, a low and hoarse voice came from a rather remote corner of the restaurant. Then, everyone in the restaurant tacitly stopped talking and looked at the remote corner. At a table in a remote corner, a figure in a black robe and a black hat was silently drinking by himself. He seemed to be solitary and mysterious. Zhuowen's gaze also converged on the black-robed man. He kept having the feeling that the black-robed man's figure gave him a familiar feeling. Moreover, he could tell that the man's hoarse voice was deliberate. Who are you? How dare you insult the patriarch of the Xiao Yao sect? A figure stood up from a table in the middle of the restaurant. His cold gaze focused on the black-robed man in a remote corner. His voice was filled with chilliness. It's a disciple of the Xiao Yao sect. As soon as this figure stood up, a wave of discussion immediately sounded out in the surroundings. Their eyes were filled with fear and reverence. The carefree sect's influence in West Slope City was very great. The disciples of the carefree sect were extremely arrogant and despotic. The cultivators of West Slope City didn't dare to provoke these disciples. Zhuowen's gaze shifted to the disciple of the Xiao Yao sect who had just stood up. That disciple's cultivation level wasn't high. He was probably a supreme being. However, Zhuowen's gaze was focused on the table where the disciple of the Xiao Yao sect was sitting. There were 5 people at the table. They were wearing the same clothes as the disciple of the Xiao Yao sect. Those clothes were probably the uniforms of the Xiao Yao sect. Those 5 people's cultivation levels weren't bad. Among them, there was a handsome young man in white clothes. His chi was the strongest at the table. He was at the peak of the golden Zun layer. Next to the young man in white clothes was a beautiful young woman. She was also wearing the uniform of the Xiao Yao sect. She was probably a disciple of the Xiao Yao sect. What? Is the Xiao Yao sect not happy about this? Don't tell me that the patriarch of the Xiao Yao sect didn't want this? The man in black clothes slowly stood up. His eyes were as sharp as knives. The disciple of the Xiao Yao sect couldn't help but take a few steps back. Other than barking like a dog, what else can you do? Do you think you're qualified to be a disciple of the Xiao Yao sect? The man in black clothes said aggressively. The disciple of the Xiao Yao sect was furious. He shouted, "It seems like you don't know what's good for you. You dare to provoke the Xiao Yao sect again and again. Today, on behalf of the Xiao Yao sect, I'll teach you a lesson." When he finished talking, the disciple of the Xiao Yao sect jumped forwards and threw himself at the cultivator in the black Chong Pao. He raised his right hand and released a terrifying amount of pure qi. It looked like a pack of wolves were rushing towards the cultivator in the black Chong Pao. The man in the black robe stood up and waved his sleeve. A purple flame appeared in the air and blocked the attack. At the same time, the purple flame moved towards the disciple of the Xiao Yao sect and landed on his body. Ah! The disciple of the Xiao Yao sect gave a horrible shriek as he was enveloped by the purple flame. The temperature of the flame was so high that the disciple of the Xiao Yao sect was burnt to ashes. Hiss! Everybody was staring at the disciple of the Xiao Yao sect who had been burnt to ashes. Then, they looked at the man in black clothes with fear in their eyes. It seemed like the man in black clothes who had provoked the patriarch of the Xiao Yao sect was not simple. A Zun disciple of the Xiao Yao sect had been killed by him. Looking at the purple flame released by the man in black clothes, Zhuowen's eyes twinkled. He smiled and silently watched the confrontation between the man in black clothes and the disciple of the Xiao Yao sect. At that moment, the atmosphere in the restaurant became strange and quiet. Not only the disciples of the Xiao Yao sect, but the cultivators of the other tables were also stunned. The man in black clothes was too presumptuous. He had killed the disciple of the Xiao Yao sect in front of everybody. He didn't put the Xiao Yao sect in his eyes. Bang! At the table in the middle of the restaurant, besides the man in white clothes and the pretty girl, the other 3 disciples of the Xiao Yao sect stood up. Who are you? How dare you kill a disciple of the Xiao Yao sect? A tall and thin disciple of the Xiao Yao sect glared at the man in black clothes. The 3 disciples of the Xiao Yao sect were much stronger than the one who had been killed. They were all at the initial Golden Zun stage. Dang! 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 The 3 of them slowly stood up and surrounded the man in black clothes from 3 different directions. Their chi of the Golden Zun stage burst out like a volcano. It was terrifying. The moment the 3 of them surrounded the black-robed man, the cultivators at the surrounding tables all distanced themselves. They weren't strong, so if the battle between the 4 of them affected them, wouldn't it be a tragedy for them? Is it important who I am? I don't like the Xiao Yao sect, so I killed a few of your disciples. Can't I? The man in black clothes said in a hoarse voice. The 3 disciples of the Xiao Yao sect were astonished. The man in the black cloak was way too arrogant. He dared to kill a disciple of the Xiao Yao sect just because he didn't like them? It seems like you want to cause trouble. Since that's the case, don't blame us for being impolite. The tall and skinny man snorted coldly and gave the other 2 disciples a look. Suddenly, the 3 of them rushed toward the black-robed man in tacit understanding. At the same time, the 3 of them pulled out their respective swords. Immediately, the light of the swords filled the entire restaurant. The black-robed man lowered his head slightly and clapped his hands in the air. Suddenly, terrifying purple flames burst out and formed purple flowers. Purple flower bloom. A deep voice slowly sounded out. The purple flower formed by the purple flame slowly bloomed in the air. A terrifying power erupted, causing the temperature in the restaurant to rise to the extreme. Some of the weaker warriors had a slight change in their expressions and quickly retreated. As soon as the purple flower bloomed, the 3 disciples of the Xiao Yao sect were shocked. They jumped on the ground and released a terrifying amount of qi. Their swords danced in the air and turned into 3 gigantic sword shadows in the air. Boom! Boom! The sword shadow and the purple flame instantly collided as a muffled thunder-like explosion resounded. Soon after, the 2 suddenly came to a standstill in mid-air. Subsequently, a ring-shaped qi wave gushed out and spread outwards. The surrounding tables were lifted one after another by this qi wave and shattered into countless pieces of wood. They are in a stalemate. The man in black clothes is not simple. They are all initial golden exalts, but he is able to fight against 3 of them. He is not at a disadvantage. Everyone's pupils shrank when they saw that. They stared at the black-robed man in the purple flames with fear. The 3 disciples of the Xiao Yao sect were considered elite. They were all at the initial stage of the Golden Exalt realm. If they joined forces, they could fight against a mid-Golden Exalt realm cultivator. However, the man in black clothes was only an initial Golden Exalt. Yet, he could easily block their combined attack. It was enough to show how terrifying he was. Purple flower explosion. Another shout was heard. Then, the blooming purple flowers exploded one by one. In an instant, the power of the explosion reached a terrifying level. The 3 disciples of the Xiao Yao sect who were fighting against the 3 sword shadows were shocked when they felt the power of the explosion. They pushed their yuan qi to the maximum and tried to suppress the power of the explosion. Crack! A crisp sound was heard. Then, the 3 sword shadows were shattered by the power of the explosion. The 3 disciples of the Xiao Yao sect were pushed back and their faces turned pale. Die! The man in black clothes shouted. He took a step forward and the purple flames surrounded him flew towards the 3 disciples of the Xiao Yao sect. He wanted to kill them. Swoosh! Chapter 1047. By Yishua Bang. Caught off guard, the black-robed man was hit in the chest by the shadow. With a grunt, he spat out a mouthful of blood and staggered a few steps back. It was only then that the crowd realized that the shadow was actually a scabbard. The scabbard floated in front of the 3 Xiaoyao sect disciples as if it was alive. Thank you, eldest senior brother, for your help. The 3 Xiaoyao sect disciples stared at the scabbard in front of them before bowing respectfully to the white-robed man at the table behind them. This person is actually Xiaoyao sect's eldest disciple, Bai Yishue? Bai Yishue usually appears and disappears unpredictably. He actually has the leisure to drink with other disciples in the restaurant today? Just as the 3 Xiaoyao sect disciples finished speaking, they attracted the attention of the other people at the table. Obviously, Bai Yishue was very famous in West Trench City. Otherwise, the crowd would not have reacted so violently when his name was mentioned. Zhuowen's gaze naturally fell on Bai Yishue as well. When the first Xiaoyao sect disciple had shouted earlier, Zhuowen had already noticed that Bai Yishue's cultivation base was not weak, having reached the pinnacle of the Golden Venerable Realm. He did not expect him to be the eldest disciple of Xiaoyao sect. What? Isn't it enough that you've killed one of my Xiaoyao sect's disciples? Do you want to kill more? Bai Yishue slowly raised the wine cup in his hand and drained it in one gulp as he spoke faintly. The black-robed man steadied himself, his gaze solemn. Bai Yishue was a pinnacle Golden Venerable Realm expert after all. His ability was much stronger than his own. Just the strike earlier was already difficult for him to withstand. It was truly terrifying. I don't think I'm the one who started this. It was your Xiaoyao sect's disciple who provoked me first. Don't you think it's an insult to Xiaoyao sect's reputation now that you're bullying me with your numbers? The black-robed man sneered coldly. Bai Yishue smiled faintly, his gaze not on the black-robed man. Instead, his left hand pinched the chin of the beautiful girl who was leaning against him while his right hand raised the wine cup to pour himself a drink. He said faintly, Xiaoyao sect's disciples provoked you because we thought highly of you. Killing you is giving you face. Not only are you not grateful to Xiaoyao sect, but you're also slandering us. I think you don't know the ways of the world. Provoking me because you think highly of me? Killing me is giving me face? What a domineering Xiaoyao sect. Do you really think you can defeat me? If I want to leave, you can't stop me. The black-robed man snorted coldly. His entire body was covered in purple flames. He took a step forward and rushed toward the entrance of the restaurant. He wanted to escape from the restaurant. Escape? Do you think you can escape? Bai Yishue's lips curled into a cold smirk. With a point of his right hand, the scabbard hovering in front of him was pulled abruptly. The sharp longsword contained within was unsheathed, turning into a ray of sword light that shot towards the black-robed man. The terrifying sword light was like the bright moonlight in the night sky, emitting a cold light, giving people a bone-chilling feeling. Whoosh! The speed of the sword light was very fast, and it arrived in front of the black-robed man in an instant. Then, the long sword danced and a terrifying sword chi burst out, forming layers of terrifying sword screens, blocking in front of the black-robed man. The black-robed man's expression changed slightly. Purple flames rushed out and formed a huge purple hand. It fell from the sky and crushed the sword light coming from the front and back. Swoosh! Unfortunately, the sword light was too terrifying. The huge hand formed by purple flames was chopped off the moment it came into contact with the sword light, turning into countless purple flames that dissipated in the air. Swoosh! The sword light continued forward, arriving in front of the black-robed man in an instant. It stood on the purple flames on the black-robed man's body. Boom! A terrifying sound was heard. The black-robed man snorted and retreated dozens of steps under the sword light. He was actually forced back by the sword light. What are you three junior brothers still looking at? It's better to kill such an arrogant fellow. Baishua spat out the words calmly, his voice containing a deep murderous intent. Eldest senior brother is right. The three disciples of the Xiao Yao sect clasped their hands in front of their chests. They were overjoyed. They jumped forwards and chased after the cultivator in the black cloak. In a flash, they caught up with the cultivator in the black cloak. The three of them joined hands again and surrounded the cultivator in the black cloak. Three gigantic swords descended from the sky towards the cultivator in the black cloak. The man in the black robe looked gloomy. He raised both of his hands and an endless amount of purple flames appeared. The purple flames roared like the waves of an ocean. They rolled up layer by layer as if they wanted to kill the three disciples of the Xiao Yao sect. Whoosh! Just as the purple flames were about to completely cover the three Xiao Yao sect's disciples, another sword light came and slammed into the terrifying purple flame waves. The purple flame waves collapsed instantly, turning into fine powder. The black-robed man snorted again and retreated a few steps. Taking advantage of the black-robed man's retreat, the three Xiao Yao sect's disciples did not let go of this opportunity. They quickly launched an attack, attacking the black-robed man mercilessly, causing the black-robed man to be slightly exhausted. Every time the black-robed man unleashed a powerful purple flame, wanting to repel the three Xiao Yao sect's disciples, Baishua would control his sword and extinguish the purple flame, rendering the black-robed man's attack useless. Many martial artists in the restaurant frowned when they saw the scene. The Xiao Yao sect was despicable. Three disciples of the Xiao Yao sect ganged up on an initial stage golden honored realm martial artist, and that was already bullying him with numbers. Now, the Xiao Yao sect's eldest disciple, Baishua, had interfered, breaking the black-robed man's attacks time and time again, forcing the black-robed man into a passive state of defense. Most practitioners knew that if the black-robed man continued to defend passively, he would not be able to last long. Eventually, he would be defeated. In addition, many of the martial artists in the tavern were contemptuous of Baishua's participation as well. Of course, no one would express such feelings. The carefree sect's tyranny in West Trench City was well known. They did not want to get into trouble. Die! The three Xiao Yao sect's disciples laughed maliciously. The black-robed man was already weak and his defense was full of flaws. The three Xiao Yao sect's disciples began to strengthen their attacks, almost completely suppressing the black-robed man. Watching the scene, the crowd in the restaurant sighed. They could clearly feel that the black-robed man would not be able to hold on for long. He would be defeated in a few moves. Xiao Yao sect! How despicable! The black-robed man roared angrily. He took out a jade talisman with a mysterious pattern engraved on its surface and crushed it. A jade-colored light wrapped around it, after which it turned into a ray of light and shot out of the restaurant at an extremely fast speed. Oh no! It's the wind talisman. I didn't expect this guy to have something like this. Stop him! The three disciples of the Xiao Yao sect saw the talisman in the man's hand and shouted loudly. The three sword shadows that were floating in the air rushed towards the man in the black robe. They wanted to stop him from leaving the Xiaoyao sect. Unfortunately, the black-robed man's speed was too fast with the help of the wind talisman. The attacks of the 3 Xiaoyao sect's disciples could not catch up with the black-robed man at all, only landing on his afterimage. Eldest senior brother. Seeing that their attacks had been dodged, the 3 Xiaoyao sect's disciples looked gloomy. Bai Yixue narrowed his eyes and sneered. I knew that this guy might have a trump card to escape. He can't escape from the restaurant. As he spoke, Bai Yixue's right hand formed a sword spell. Instantly, a terrifying sword light erupted from the restaurant's entrance. The sword light was like an upside-down waterfall, floating up and filling the air with sword energy, blocking the black-robed man who was trying to escape from the restaurant's entrance. Damn it! Break it! The black-robed man's expression finally changed. He did not expect Bai Yixue to set up such a waterfall of sword light at the restaurant's entrance. With a cold snort, he clenched his right hand into a fist, the surface of which was covered in purple flame. With a punch, the air seemed to be scorched. Boom! The force of the punch arrived, crashing onto the waterfall of sword light. A terrifying shockwave spread out, causing the entire restaurant to tremble. The waterfall of sword light at the entrance was as still as a mountain, while the black-robed man was forced to take a few steps back. Swoosh! A sword light came again, as if it had traveled through the void, arriving in front of the black-robed man in an instant, wanting to cut him in half. I'm not playing with you anymore. You should just die. As the sword light swept out, Bai Yixue's indifferent voice could be heard. Violet flower bloom. The black-robed man shouted angrily, starting to fight with all his might. Bai Yixue's ability was much stronger than his. The power of the sword light made him feel a fatal threat. Purple flame flowers bloomed one after another, gathering in front of the black-robed man, protecting him. Boom, boom, boom. The sword light was swift, like a dazzling meteor that streaked across the night sky, arriving in front of the purple flame flowers in an instant. With a flick, the purple flame flowers withered and were destroyed. Violet flower explosion. The black-robed man's gaze was extremely solemn. With a low growl, the purple flame flowers around him began to explode. The terrifying explosive force spread out, causing the entire restaurant to shake even more violently. Break! Bai Yixue's indifferent voice rang out. The incoming sword light grew stronger and more terrifying, like a blazing sun as it slashed out. The exploding violet flower explosion was completely annihilated by the terrifying sword light. Die! The violet flower explosion was destroyed. The black-robed man stomped his feet and retreated, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Bai Yixue was not going to let him off easily. With a pinch of his sword spell, the terrifying sword light descended from the sky, falling towards the black-robed man's head, wanting to pierce through it completely. This person is dead for sure. Everyone in the restaurant fell silent when they saw this. They just stared at the scene quietly. They knew very well just how terrifying this streak of light was. The black-robed man could not block it at all. He was probably dead for sure. Even the black-robed man's gaze was filled with despair. The sword light was indeed terrifying. A sense of helplessness rose within him. Chapter 1048. Saving someone. Bang! The sound of metal clashing rang out as the sword light that had descended from the sky was blocked by a sudden flash of crimson light. An ear-piercing sound wave spread out from between the sword light and crimson light, causing everyone in the restaurant to cover their ears with their hands, their gazes filled with pain. Bai Yixue's pupils shrunk to the size of needles. He had not expected such a terrifying crimson light to surge out from the black-robed man. Break! With a gleam in his eyes, Bai Yixue's expression remained cold as he pinched the sword seal with his right hand. The sword light that had been blocked glowed even brighter, like a rising sun. Its power grew increasingly terrifying, as if it was about to suppress the crimson light. Buzz! However, the instant the power of the sword light increased, the blood-red light was not to be outdone. It actually blossomed with an endless blood-red light. This blood-red light even overshadowed the sword light. The entire restaurant was filled with this blood-red light, as if this space had turned into a world of blood. Bang, bang, bang! As the crimson light spread, the enhanced sword light was forced to retreat again and again before it was flung away. Boom, boom! The table that Baishue was sitting on actually shattered into dust under the force. Baishue's gaze was chilling as he stomped his foot and formed a sword seal with his right hand. The sword light that had been flung away turned into a long, chilling sword that landed beside him. Forced back? Baishue's attack was actually forced back, and he looks rather pathetic. Looking at Baishue, who had been leisurely with a beauty in one arm and a wine in the other, but was now forced to stand up and shatter the table, many people in the tavern were shocked. Their attention was then placed on the crimson glow in front of the black-robed man. The true form of the crimson light was actually a crimson spear that radiated crimson light. The surface of the spear was covered in layers of creepy blood scabs while a bloodthirsty aura surged out, causing those who saw it to turn pale. What puzzled them even more was who the owner of the crimson spear was. No one had seen anyone make a move when the crimson spear was launched. Could the crimson spear be the black-robed man's trump card? Boom! After deflecting the sword light, the blood spear buzzed and began to spin. Like a blood-colored electric drill, it fiercely smashed into the sword light waterfall behind. With a cracking sound, the sword light waterfall shattered into nothingness. The black-robed man looked at the blood spear with a hint of ecstasy in his eyes. Then, a deep voice sounded in his mind. You go first. I'll call you back tonight. The black-robed man was first stunned, then he nodded and didn't stay any longer. With a stomp of his foot, he relied on the wind jade talisman to instantly transform into an illusory shadow that vanished from the entrance of the restaurant. Boom! Baishue stomped on the ground, a terrifying energy gushing out. His white robe fluttered loudly as his gaze exuded a piercing glare. The black-robed man who was supposed to be dead had actually escaped just like that. How could he, Baishue, maintain his dignity? Very good. You dare to let go of the person that Xiaoyao sect wanted to kill. You're very brave. Baishue's gaze moved away from the crimson spear slowly and landed on a remote table. There was a delicate-looking young man who was drinking wine leisurely, as if what had happened here had nothing to do with him. Baishue's actions naturally attracted the attention of the other people in the restaurant. Following his gaze, their gazes landed on the young man who was pouring wine at the remote table. Could the owner of the crimson spear be this young man? The people in the restaurant whispered, their gazes filled with doubt. At the same time, they were trying to guess the identity of the young man who was pouring wine. The chilling gazes of the three Xiaoyao sect disciples landed on the young man as well. They had blind confidence in Baishue. Since Baishue was certain that the one who had attacked was this person, it must be this person. What? I was just seeing injustice. I didn't kill any of your Xiaoyao sect disciples, did I? Why are you looking at me like that? Stopping his right hand that was pouring the wine, the young man turned his head slowly to stare at Baishue as he spoke faintly. The crimson spear that had landed at the door then turned into a crimson light and hovered beside Zhuo. It's this person indeed. It looks like this person's ability isn't bad to be able to force Baishue's sword light back. However, this person is a little reckless. He actually offended someone from Xiaoyao sect just because he saw injustice. Isn't he asking for trouble? Looking at the crimson spear that had landed beside Zhuo, the crowd knew that it was this young man who had attacked. However, many of them shook their heads and sighed, thinking that it was not worth it for Zhuo to offend Baishue because of this. You're courting death. Do you think you can afford to offend the Xiaoyao sect? Since you let the black-robed man go, you shall pay with your life now. One of the three Xiaoyao sect disciples, a lanky man, snorted coldly and signaled the other two disciples with his eyes. The three of them then surrounded Zhuo tacitly. 3 sword shadows were like 3 stone tablets, pointing at Zhuowen with a sharp glint. Kill! At the same time, the three of them did not hold back as they shot out three sword silhouettes, enveloping Zhuowen from all directions like an inescapable net. "You're the one who's asking for death," said Zhuowen coldly. In a flash, the blood spear that was floating around him turned into a beam of red light. It looked like a blood-red python that was swimming in the air. It streaked across the sky in front of the three disciples. Crack! In an instant, the three swords were shattered. The three disciples of the Xiaoyao sect were stunned. In the middle of their eyebrows, there was a thumb-sized hole. Plop! Plop! Following that, the three Xiaoyao sect disciples collapsed on the ground, no longer breathing. The restaurant suddenly quieted down. Everyone's pupils constricted as they watched the three Xiaoyao sect disciples who had been killed in an instant. This young man was ruthless indeed, killing the three of them with just one strike. Furthermore, the ability displayed by this person had instilled fear and dread in the other people in the restaurant. Being able to kill three Golden Supremacy Realm beginner martial artists in an instant, this person's combat power was probably not weaker than Bai Yishue's. "You killed them?" Bai Yishue's expression froze as he asked in a low voice. "The three of them wanted to kill me. Can't I retaliate by killing them?" Zhuowen poured himself a cup of wine slowly and downed it in one gulp, his voice cold and indifferent. "You're courting death." The veins on Bai Yishue's forehead bulged as his aura exploded abruptly. Countless streams of energy floated up like an upside-down waterfall, looking extremely terrifying. At the same time, the long sword that hovered beside Bai Yishue let out a shrill cry, bursting with dazzling sword light. Slash! When the sword light reached its peak, Bai Yishue waved his right hand and the sword light shot out, slashing towards Zhuowen. Looks like Bai Yishue is really enraged. This person's combat power isn't bad, but his cultivation base is only at the Golden Supreme's beginner stage. It should be difficult for him to fight Bai Yishue. Looking at the sword light that was as blazing as the sun, the rest of the people in the restaurant were stunned. As the eldest disciple of the Xiaoyao sect, Bai Yishue's talent and ability were undeniable. He was the strongest among the younger generation in West Trench City. There were not many people among the younger generation who could defeat Bai Yishue. Even when Zhuowen had killed three Xiaoyao sect disciples in an instant, no one thought that Zhuowen's ability could defeat Bai Yishue. Looking at the sword light that was slashing towards him, Zhuowen formed a seal with his right hand, using the seal of mourning. A sorrowful aura spread throughout the restaurant, stirring up the sorrowful emotions in everyone's hearts. Their gazes were filled with sorrow as they became listless. Even Bai Yishue's gaze was filled with rare sorrow. He then realized that his ability had decreased by 30%. Although he tried his best to resist the sorrowful emotion, Bai Yishue could not shake it off. Due to the influence of his ability, the sword light that was slashed out paused for a moment in midair, its power reduced by 30% as well. "Break!" Zhuowen's indifferent voice rang out. He sprung up, holding the crimson spear with his right hand while his left hand pressed against the end of the spear. His energy poured into the spear, causing it to turn into a crimson light that shot towards the sword light. Boom! The crimson spear and the sword light collided, producing a metallic clang, revealing the true colors of the spear and sword as they paused in midair. Swoosh! Zhuowen arrived on top of the crimson spear in an instant. His right hand gripped the spear's handle, and he flung it forcefully onto the sword. The sword whined as it was flicked away by the crimson spear. Bai Yishue's expression was ugly. The weakening power of Zhuowen's seal of mourning was too strong. He could only unleash 70% of his ability at his peak now and felt weak all over. He hated this feeling very much. Die! After flicking the sword away, Zhuowen stomped on the air and turned into a terrifying crimson shadow, arriving in front of Bai Yishue in an instant. The crimson spear in his right hand was swung like a windmill, stirring up howling gales. Bai Yishue's gaze changed slightly. With a stomp, His right hand gripped the sword that had been flicked away. With a flick of the sword, countless sword lights flickered as a rising sun rose behind him. Sword of the Rising Sun! With a low growl, Baishua tossed the sword in his right hand. The sword tore through the air, carrying the vigorous aura of the rising sun, wanting to crush Zhuowen to death. Spear of Azura's blood. Zhuowen, who was in midair, bent his knees slightly as his robes fluttered loudly. Looking at the sword that carried the aura of the rising sun, his gaze was as calm as still water. With a spin of the crimson spear, a terrifying sea of blood surged out from behind him. Boom, boom, boom. The boundless sea of blood was like a blood python that connected the heavens and the earth. There was no end in sight as it surrounded the oncoming rising sun sword layer by layer, not allowing it to break free at all. Sword of the Setting Sun. Baishua's expression changed slightly. With a low growl, the sword's aura changed as the rising sun began to fall, turning into the setting sun. As the scorching sun fell, the entire sea of blood began to surge, as if it was about to break apart. 8 spears of Azura's blood. Zhuowen was unhurried as 7 terrifying seas of blood surged out from the air, drowning the sword of the setting sun swoosh. Chapter 1049. Xiaoyao sect. Baishua's 2 strongest sword techniques were the Sword of Rising Sun and the Sword of Setting Sun, but both of them had been neutralized by Zhuowen. Coupled with the Seal of Morning's curse, Baishua was already exhausted. There was no other stronger technique that could go against Zhuowen. Swoosh! Zhuowen descended from the sky, landing in front of Baishua in an instant. The crimson spear in his hand swept out violently, a tyrannical air of blood gushing out, the wind howling as the spear's shadow wreaked havoc. Baishua's expression finally changed. The sword in his hand was placed horizontally in front of him, the sword light glowing brightly once more. However, compared to before, the sword light was much dimmer. It was obvious that Baishua's injuries were much more severe than what he had shown on the surface. In addition, there was also the effect of Zhuowen's Seal of Morning's curse. The ability that he could unleash was not high at all. Bang! The crimson spear and the sword collided once more. Both of them froze for a moment before Baishua grunted and spat out a mouthful of blood. He took dozens of steps back, his face as pale as snow. Swoosh! After repelling Baishua, Zhuowen's gaze was as calm as still water. With a stomp, he leaped out once more. The crimson spear in his hand spun fiercely like an electric drill, thrusting towards Baishua once more. Bang, bang, bang! Zhuowen's spear struck again and again. The terrifying spear light was like a mountain that came crashing down, causing Baishua to raise his sword to block in a flurry. He was exhausted from dealing with the attack, his injuries worsening. His snow-white robe was now stained red with blood, a ghastly sight to behold. Ah! Sword of Setting Sun, die! Baishua could no longer stand Zhuowen's humiliating attack. With a shout, he executed the Sword of Setting Sun once more. A scorching sun that had risen to its highest point fell abruptly, bringing with it the desolation of a setting sun. The one who's going to die isn't me, it's you. Zhuowen's gaze was indifferent. The 8 crimson seas behind him churned like 8 terrifying blood pythons that came from the air and entangled the falling sun. With a crackle, the Sword of Setting Sun was once again annihilated by the crimson seas. Whoosh! Extinguishing the Sword of Setting Sun, Zhuowen took a step forward and came above Baishua. He raised the crimson spear above his head and smashed it down. A terrifying force spread out, causing the entire space to tremble violently. Baishua raised his sword again, but his eyelids were already drooping. His breathing was heavy like an old bull pulling a cart. It was loud and clear in the quiet restaurant. Bang! Baishua spat out a mouthful of blood as the spear came crashing down on the long sword. His knees bent and he knelt on the ground, fresh blood gushing out. So this is the first disciple of the Xiaoyao sect? Didn't you want me dead from the start? Now that you're kneeling in front of me, how can you kill me? Retracting his crimson spear slowly, Zhuowen stared at Bai Yixue, who was kneeling in front of him indifferently. Bai Yixue's injuries were so severe that it would be difficult for him to even move. Bai Yixue did not speak. His head was lowered and his heavy breathing began to stutter, like he was a patient who could suffocate at any time. The restaurant was completely silent now. It was so quiet that one could even hear a pin drop. All the martial artists had tacitly cast their gazes towards Bai Yixue, who was kneeling on the ground, as well as Zhuo Wen and Yun Yang, who were standing in front of him. This scene would be deeply imprinted in the hearts of the people in the restaurant. The Xiao Yao sect's first disciple, Bai Yixue, had actually been defeated by a mysterious young man in front of everyone. He had been defeated so miserably that he could not even retaliate. "Don't kill me!" Bai Yixue raised his head with difficulty, his gaze fixed on Zhuowen. He actually begged for mercy, which was rare of him. He was truly afraid. This young man with a cold gaze was too terrifying. His cultivation base was not as good as his, but his ability had completely overwhelmed him. Zhuowen looked down at Bai Yixue and said indifferently, "It was the Xiao Yao sect who was clamoring to teach me a lesson and even planned to kill me. Since you want to kill me, don't you have the awareness to be killed?" As he spoke, Zhuowen's right hand tightened and the crimson spear shot out, piercing right between Bai Yixue's brows. Zhuowen brushed past Bai Yixue, who was kneeling on the ground, and left the restaurant without looking back. Plop! When Zhuowen's silhouette finally disappeared from the restaurant's entrance, Bai Yixue, who was kneeling on the ground, glared angrily. There was a bloody hole between his brows before he collapsed to the ground. Splash! The dull thud of the fall was like a stone falling into water, stirring up a wave of commotion in the restaurant. Everyone looked at each other, their gazes filled with shock. Bai Yixue is dead? The Xiao Yao sect is really going to be in chaos now. He was the top expert of the younger generation in West Trench City. The Xiao Yao sect has really suffered a great loss this time. Not only was their young sect leader killed, even their most outstanding disciple, Bai Yixue, was killed. I'm afraid the sect leader is really going crazy this time. Let's leave this troublesome place quickly. If we wait for the Xiao Yao sect's people to come, I'm afraid we won't be able to get away with it. The commotion was like a tsunami that came and went as quickly as it came. The crowd then realized that the Xiao Yao sect was really going to be in chaos this time. The two most important young geniuses in the sect were actually dead. They did not want to get into trouble, so they left the restaurant one after another. After a short while, the restaurant was empty. Only the female disciple of the Xiao Yao sect, who hadn't died, was left. She was so scared that she screamed and ran away from the restaurant. Then, the news of Bai Yixue's death spread like wildfire in West Trench City. Many of the city's martial artists were shocked when they heard the news. They did not expect that after the young sect leader's death, the sect's most outstanding disciple, Bai Yixue, would be dead as well. Everyone could guess that the entire Xiao Yao sect was going to be in a frenzy. The Xiao Yao sect was situated in a huge mountain range at the edge of West Trench City. This mountain range was called the Trench Mountains. In front of the Xiao Yao sect's magnificent mountain gate stood a huge stone statue made of white marble that was hundreds of feet tall. This stone statue was the image of an old man with an immortal aura and a warm smile on his face. This person was the first sect master of the Unfettered sect, and also the expert who opened up West Path City in the northwest and founded the Unfettered sect. It was said that this person was a martial Emperor realm expert. After founding the Xiao Yao sect and West Trench City, he left and entered the mysterious Ninth Netherworld realm. There was no news of him since then. Behind the gate, there was a white staircase leading to the top of the mountain. At the end of the staircase there was a huge square. This square was the famous Xiao Yao Square of the Xiao Yao sect. It was usually used for disciples to practice martial arts here. Behind the square was a huge hall that looked like a beast. This hall was called the Xiao Yao Hall. At this moment, the sect leader of the Xiao Yao sect was sitting quietly on a huge golden chair in the hall. His eyes were cold. Below the sect leader stood 5 figures. The 5 of them had a strong aura. They were all celestial venerable experts, the 5 core elders of the Xiao Yao sect. At this moment, the 6 people of the Xiao Yao hall were the core of the Xiao Yao sect. They were also the pillars of the sect. 5 elders, do you have any clues about the other 2 murderers? Asked the sect leader of the Xiao Yao sect indifferently. One of the purple-robed elders cupped his hands and said, reporting to the sect master, the other 2 murderers are extremely cunning. Currently, there are no clues. Moreover, one of the 2 murderers has an unusual soul armor on her body. How is it unusual? Asked the sect leader suddenly. That little girl's cultivation level is only at the top of the Xuanzuan realm. Back then, 10 elite disciples of the Xiao Yao sect tried to kill those 2 people. 2 of them were at the initial stage of the Golden Zune layer, but in the end they were all defeated. 10 of our disciples were killed because of that little girl's soul armor, said the old man in purple clothes. 10 elite disciples, 2 of them were at the initial stage of the Golden Zune layer, and they couldn't kill those 2 people from the Xuanzuan realm? And they were all killed? What is that little girl's soul armor? Asked the sect leader of the Xiao Yao sect. He pulled a long face. The old man in purple clothes looked embarrassed. He scratched his head and said, Sect leader? To be honest, that girl's armor soul was shrouded in the misty wind and snow. I couldn't see the true appearance of her armor soul, but its power was terrifying. An armor soul shrouded in the misty wind and snow. How come I have never heard of such an armor soul? Is it some kind of powerful soul armor that we don't know about? Asked the sect leader of the Xiao Yao sect. It's possible that it's some kind of powerful soul armor that we don't know about. But if we want to know more about that little girl's soul armor, we have to capture her first, said the old man in purple clothes. You're right. Their friend is in our hands, and we've already spread the news that we're going to kill that little boy tonight. I don't think those 2 will let that little boy die, said the sect leader of the Xiao Yao sect indifferently. At the very least, that girl with a powerful armor soul will definitely come back. That's because the brat we captured is that girl's brother. Furthermore, that girl seems to be someone who values relationships and righteousness. We're not afraid that she won't come. The purple-robed elder said with a slight smirk. The sect leader of the Xiao Yao sect nodded. His eyes were cold. The young sect leader was his son, and he was very talented. However, he was still young and his cultivation base wasn't very high. If he had continued to cultivate, he would have been able to reach Bai Ishua's level. But his son had been killed before he could even grow up. The sect leader of the Xiao Yao sect couldn't accept it. Thump, thump, thump. Panicked footsteps came from the entrance of the hall. The sect leader of the Xiao Yao sect frowned. They looked at the entrance of the hall and saw a beautiful female disciple rushing in. Something bad has happened. Sect leader, something bad has happened. Eldest senior brother has been killed. Chapter 1050. Liberty Square. The entire Xiao Yao palace fell into a strange silence. No matter if it was the Xiao Yao sect's sect leader or the 5 elders, they all stared blankly at the flustered female disciple standing at the entrance of the palace. What did you just say? The patriarch of the Xiao Yao sect stood up and stared at the female disciple coldly. When the female disciple saw the coldness in the eyes of the patriarch of the Xiao Yao sect, she shivered and came back to her senses. She looked a bit scared. This sect master is asking you a question. Why aren't you answering? Asked the patriarch of the Xiao Yao sect. He walked in front of the female disciple and grabbed her. He looked worried. What happened to you? The female disciple didn't know what to do and hurriedly shouted, I'll tell you. Eldest senior brother and us senior brothers headed to a restaurant in West Path City to rest today, and at the same time, it was for the sake of finding out information about the murderer that killed the young sect master. After that, Trembling, the female disciple recounted everything that had happened in the restaurant today, including the mysterious black-robed man's provocation and Zhuowen's killing of Bai Yixue. She spoke in great detail. Is Bai Yixue really dead? Hearing the female disciple mention the place where Bai Yixue had been killed by Zhuowen, the Xiaoyao sect's leader shuddered as a terrifying murderous intent erupted from him. The female disciple nodded in fear. She could also feel the murderous energy coming from the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect. Her body was shaking and she felt powerless. "Sovereign, can I go now?" asked the female disciple. The patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect was terrifying. She didn't dare stay there any longer. "Bai Yixue and the rest are all dead, what are you still alive for?" said the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect coldly. He released some pure energy from his right hand. The woman looked terrified. She turned into ashes under the pressure of his pure energy. The female disciple was just an ordinary disciple of the Xiaoyao sect. Her talent was ordinary. She had followed Bai Yixue and relied on her beauty to get close to him. The patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect didn't care about such a disciple. He only cared about Bai Yixue. Bai Yixue was very talented. He was only 25 years old, but he was already at the peak of the Golden Venerable realm. It was only a matter of time before he became a Celestial Venerable. By then, the Xiaoyao sect would have another Celestial Venerable elder. However, such a genius was killed in the Xiaoyao sect's territory, West Path City. The Xiaoyao sect's leader was furious. Xiaoyao sect's leader was very sad. Xiaoyao sect's leader was Bai Yixue. The Xiaoyao sect's leaders were. Sect leader, could it be the other two girls? Asked the elder in purple as he came to the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect. That's not possible. Bai Yixue is very strong, I know that. It's impossible for those two girls to kill Bai Yixue. Besides, the disciple said that the one who killed Bai Yixue was a young man with a bloody spear. I suspect that the young man is from the Divine Academy. The Xiaoyao sect's leader said coldly. Divine Academy? But back then, the higher-ups of Divine College had said that they wouldn't care about the three murderers and wouldn't interfere. Could it be that the higher-ups of Divine College had gone back on their word? This will affect the reputation of the Divine Academy on the island, said the elder in purple with a frown. These three little bastards are from the Divine Academy. They must have some friends in the academy. The higher-ups won't get involved in this, but if these juniors get involved, we can't say anything, said the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect coldly. The elder in purple nodded and said, Sect leader? Since the Divine Academy won't get involved, then it's easy. We can use the boy we caught to lure out the other students of the Divine Academy who are hiding in West Tuo City. These students were the ones in the wrong. If we kill them, the higher-ups of the Divine Academy won't say anything. Humph. Prepare for the boy. Tonight, I will make those who killed the Xiaoyao sect pay the price. The patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect snorted and left the hall. Night fell and the sky was filled with stars. A bright moon peeked through the clouds like a smiling face. The night in West Trench City was still bustling with noise and excitement. Every house in the city was lit up with bright lights. In this barren land, it was like a lighthouse that pointed the way. At the entrance of a remote alley in West Reach City, a black-clothed young man was walking silently. When he arrived at the depths of the darkness, he flipped his right hand and withdrew a flickering jade talisman, and then he swept the surroundings before he said indifferently, "Come out." Whoosh! A person wearing a black robe and a black hat came out of the darkness. He walked in front of the young man in black and slowly took off his black hat, revealing a beautiful face. "Brother Zhua, I didn't think that you would come to West Tuo City." The man in black looked excited when he saw the young man in black. "I also discovered that all of you were not around after I returned from completing my mission. My heart was filled with suspicion, so I looked for Senior Qing Dong to inquire about it. Only then did I find out that the Jianan trio had actually met with such trouble in Western Path City. Therefore, I came all the way here. The black-clothed young man nodded and said. From their conversation, it was easy to guess their identities. They were Zhuowen and Mo Lingtian. The man in black, who had provoked the disciples of the Xiaoyao sect during the day, was actually Mo Lingtian in disguise. It's all thanks to Brother Zhua today. Otherwise, the consequences would be unthinkable. Mo Lingtian still felt a lingering fear when he recalled the situation during the day. He did not expect the first disciple of the Xiaoyao sect, Bai Yixue, to be so strong. It was fortunate that Zhuowen had blocked Bai Yixue for him. We're friends, there's no need to be so courteous. What I'm curious about is why Jianan and the other two killed the young lord of the Xiaoyao sect for no reason. There must be something fishy about this, Zhuowen suddenly said with a doubtful look. I'm also a little confused. No matter if it's Jianan, Jiasha, or Xianxing, none of them are the type to take the initiative to provoke others. Could it be that the young sect master intentionally provoked Jianan and the other two, and was thus killed by them? Mo Lingtian muttered. Zhuowen shook his head and said, I know Jianan and Gatha's personalities. Even if someone had provoked them, it's unlikely that they would have killed them directly. However, we can't rule out the possibility that the young lord of the Xiaoyao sect had gone too far and provoked the three of them. Mo Lingtian nodded and said, It's said that one of the three murderers has been caught. I'm afraid that Jianan has been caught by the Xiaoyao sect. Besides, the sect master of the Xiaoyao sect is planning to hang Jianan in public tonight. When the time comes, Gatha and Xianxing will most likely walk right into the trap. Therefore, we have to act tonight. Although this is the sect master's scheme, we have to act, Zhuowen said in a low voice. Let's blend into the crowd and enter the Xiaoyao sect's Xiaoyao Square first. Mo Lingtian agreed with Zhuowen's idea. Both of them then left the dark alley. At the same time, the mountain gate of the Xiaoyao sect was bustling with activity. Although it was dark at night, the mountain gate of the Xiaoyao sect was extremely bright. Many of the martial artists in West Trench City were walking up the white staircase towards the Xiaoyao Square while chatting incessantly. Usually, the mountain gate of the Xiaoyao sect is forbidden to us. I didn't expect the sect to let us, ordinary martial artists, in tonight. This is the only time. Besides, isn't the sect master of the Xiaoyao sect doing this to lure out the three murderers of the young sect master? It's not just the young sect master's murderers. I'm afraid that the young man who killed Bai Yixue is also his accomplice. I'm afraid that he will appear tonight as well. I'm afraid that they will all be killed by the sect master of the Xiaoyao sect. It's also possible that these accomplices are afraid of death and won't come when the time comes. Along the staircase, the whispers of the surrounding martial artists could be heard. Most of them were discussing the murderers of the young sect master and Bai Yixue. Zhuowen and Mo Lingtian, who were mixed in the crowd, looked at each other and nodded before walking towards the Xiaoyao Square silently. At the same time, Zhuowen and Mo Lingtian would also pay attention to the surrounding crowd to see if they could spot Gatha and Xianxing, who were hiding in the crowd. However, to their disappointment, there was no sign of Gatha and Xianxing in the crowd. The Xiaoyao Square was a few miles wide. 8 towering stone pillars carved from white marble stood in the middle of the square. Currently, 8 huge torches were lit on top of the 8 stone pillars. The blazing flames illuminated the entire Xiaoyao Square. Under the illumination of the torches, 2 rows of people stood neatly in the square. These 2 rows were formed by the Xiaoyao sect's disciples. In the middle of the 2 rows there was a huge cross that was 50 feet tall. There was a circular chain on top of the cross. Under the cross, a young man who was bound in black chains was struggling. This young man was only about 19 years old, his gaze filled with stubbornness. At this moment, more and more people gathered in the square. However, because the Xiaoyao sect's disciples were enforcing the law, everything seemed to be in order. There was no chaos. Zhuowen and Mo Lingtian, who were mixed in the crowd, focused their gazes on the young man who was bound in chains. With a single glance, they recognized that this was the Jianan they were looking for. It really is Jianan. Brother Zhua, when do we make our move? Mo Lingtian secretly transmitted his voice to Zhuowen. Wait, let's wait and see. Zhuowen replied, but his gaze was fixed on Jianan who was bound under the cross. At this moment, Jianan's face didn't look haggard at all. However, his eyes were filled with resentment and unyielding, as if he had been greatly wronged. Zhuowen knew that Jianan had the immortal armor soul. It could be said that even if he wanted to die, it wouldn't be that easy. Therefore, he wanted to see what the Xiaoyao sect's leader was up to. Deng deng deng. Chapter 1051. Face to face. When the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect and the 5 elders arrived, they attracted everybody's attention. The 6 of them slowly walked towards the cross. The patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect was at the front, and the 5 elders were behind him. The patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect stopped in front of the cross. He didn't look at Jianan, he looked at the crowd and said, "Thank you so much for coming to Westpath City. I'm sure you all know what we are going to do tonight." Then, the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect pointed at Jianan and said indifferently, "He's a student of the Fine Gods University. He came to Westpath City to carry out a mission. The Xiaoyao sect is the host of Westpath City, and we welcome the geniuses of the Fine Gods University. Back then, we treated him warmly too. We also helped him with his mission, but what about him?" The patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect raised his voice and continued, "That so-called genius of the Fine Gods University is not only ungrateful, but also ungrateful. He killed my son, the young patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect. It's not that the Xiaoyao sect is unkind, it's that son of a bitch. So tonight, this sect master will hang this heartless and unjust dog in front of everyone, and let everyone be witnesses." Jianan struggled with all his might. His eyes were filled with hatred as he said, "Your young sect master is clearly a lecher. He actually dared to have designs on my younger sister Jia Sha and elder sister Xuanxing. That's why we taught him a lesson. However, we didn't kill him at all." The patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect smiled coldly and said, "You really have no sense of shame. You dare distort the truth. Everybody in Westpath City knows what my son is like. How could he possibly covet the beauty of 2 women? Even if he did, the 3 of you killed him to silence him. Such ruthlessness truly makes one's hair stand on end." When the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect talked about the young patriarch, many people looked at him with disdain. It seemed like the young patriarch wasn't a good person. "I told you clearly, we only taught the young master of the carefree sect a lesson. We didn't kill him." Jianan's face was red with anger as she roared, "You still want to deny it? When my son went out with you, he came back with a corpse. If it wasn't you who killed him, who else could it be?" said the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect coldly. His eyes were filled with murder. It seems that what this young man said should be right. It must be that the young master coveted his 2 female companions first before the conflict broke out. However, he shouldn't have killed them directly, right? At such a young age, her heart is indeed a little vicious. Yeah, he had killed the young patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect. Wasn't that just asking for trouble? Looks like he's still young and insensible. Numerous discussions immediately erupted from the crowd. The topic of discussion was all about Jianan. All of them sighed at Jianan's viciousness. Of course, that junior chief was also not a good person. His style was also criticized by everyone. Some cultivators were happy to see the young patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect die. Of course, they didn't talk about it loudly. If they talked about it loudly, they would be courting death. Jianan looked stubborn and said loudly, "I told you, we didn't kill the young patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect. We just taught him a lesson and then he left. We don't know how he died." All right. You still want to deny it? You're really stubborn. The patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect was so angry that he started laughing. He kicked Jiao Nan violently. Jiao Nan groaned and coughed up blood, but he looked as stubborn as before. Zhuowen and Mo Lingtian were in the crowd. Mo Lingtian frowned and said, "Brother Zhuo, it doesn't look like Jiao Nan is lying. Could it be that the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect was killed by someone else?" Zhuowen narrowed his eyes. He had already sensed that something was amiss. With his understanding of Jiao Nan, Jia Sha, and the others, they would definitely not do something like silencing someone for no reason. Now that Jiao Nan had mentioned it, the matter was even more suspicious. Could it be that someone is trying to frame Jiao Nan and the others? Who could it be? Why would they do that? Asked Zhuowen in a low voice. The patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect stepped on Jiao Nan and glanced at the crowd. It seemed like he was looking for something, but when he didn't see anything, he groaned coldly and said, "A life for a life, that's right. What else do you want to say?" Jiao Nan stared at the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect. He knew that no matter what he said, the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect wouldn't believe him. Jiao Nan was worried that Gatha and Xian Xing would be lured out. Even though Jiao Nan was naive, he wasn't stupid. The patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect had mobilized so many people because he wanted to lure the snake out of its hole. If Gatha and Xian Xing came out because of him, they wouldn't be able to save him in the middle of the Xiaoyao square. They would be killed in one fell swoop. If only I were as strong as Brother Zhuo, how good would that be? That way, I wouldn't be bullied, and I wouldn't be a burden. Jiao Nan clenched his fists. He hated that he wasn't strong enough. He hated that he wasn't strong enough. He hated that he was a burden to Gatha and Xian Xing. "Let's start the execution," said the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect indifferently. He was still glancing at the crowd. The purple-robed old man nodded. He lifted Canaan with his right hand and slapped the cross with his left hand. Immediately, the ring-shaped chain at the top of the cross descended. The purple-robed old man pulled the chain over and was about to put it around Canaan's neck. Whoosh! The sound of rushing air immediately appeared. Soon after, a black shadow cut through the night sky and rushed towards the purple-robed elder, causing the purple-robed elder's left hand to be slightly sluggish. Soon after, he released the ring-shaped chain. His left hand spat out yuan power and smashed against the black shadow that was rushing towards him. Boom! The sound of an explosion rang out. Only then did the purple-robed elder realize that the black shadow that was rushing towards him was actually a round rock. Patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect, you mobilized so many people to lure us out, didn't you? A clear and melodious voice sounded. Then, two figures in black robes slowly walked out from the crowd. Although both of them were wearing loose black robes, they still couldn't hide their graceful figures. Clearly, these two figures in black robes should be two women. "Gatha, Sister Xian Xing. You know it's a trap, why did you come?" said Jiao Nan. He narrowed his eyes and looked at the two people in black clothes. He couldn't help but sigh. The two people in black clothes took off their big black hats and revealed their beautiful faces. They were Gatha and Xian Xing. At this moment, both of them were looking worriedly at Jiao Nan, who was being carried by the violet-robed old man. Jia Sha shook her head and said, "Big brother? How could we leave you in the lurch? We can't do that." "Yes, Brother Jiao Nan, the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect is twisting the truth. We can't stand it. Since the Jiao Nan Academy doesn't care, we have to save you. If we have to die, let's die together," said Xian Xing. "You shouldn't have come. You should have gone to Brother Zhuo and Brother Mo. You came here to die," sighed Jiao Nan. "Brother Zhuo and Brother Mo are strong, but the Xiaoyao sect is too strong. I don't want to get them involved. Besides, Brother Zhuo and Brother Mo hadn't come back yet. Even if we wanted to ask them for help, we couldn't," said Gatha, shaking her head. "Are you done talking about old times? Since you're done talking, let's go to hell together. Black Fist, Blue Sea, you two go and capture those two bitches," said the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect to the two old men in the black and blue cloaks. The two old men nodded. With a stomp of their feet, they immediately rushed toward Xian Xing and Jia Sha. The aura of an early heavenly venerable surged out from them, shocking many people around the square. The patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect was too cautious. Many people didn't understand why he had sent 2 celestial Zun elders to capture 2 cultivators from the Xuanzuan realm. However, the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect knew that Gatha's divine wrath armor was special. That was why he had sent 2 celestial Zun elders to capture Gatha and Xian Xing brother Zhuo. Gatha and Xian Xing are here. Should we go and capture them? Said Mo Lingtian to Zhuowen anxiously. Brother Mo, you don't have to do anything. I'll go. I'll save Jianan and Xianxing and you'll take them away, said Zhuowen to Mo Lingtian. Mo Lingtian was surprised and said, Zhuowen, are you going to fight the entire Xiaoyao sect by yourself? Don't worry. I know what I'm doing. As he spoke, Zhuowen withdrew a jade-colored leaf from his pocket. It was none other than the ninefold wind that he'd plundered from the Yanxian Empire's Qing. It contained a small teleportation formation that could teleport a person to any place within a 500 kilometers radius. After taking out the imperial wind of the 9 autumns, Zhuowen slowly walked out of the crowd. Mo Lingtian opened his mouth but didn't say anything. He knew Zhuowen very well. He knew that Zhuowen wouldn't do something he wasn't sure of. Zhuowen's actions drew the attention of the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect. He saw Zhuowen come out of the crowd and walk towards the cross in the middle of the square. The crowd in the square also began to notice Zhuowen who had walked out. Everyone's eyes were filled with a trace of doubt. What was this black-clothed youth trying to do? He actually walked directly towards the cross. Was he courting death? Who are you? Asked the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect. I just killed Bai Yishue. Now I'm standing in front of you and you're asking me who I am? Chapter 1052. The patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect attacked. When Zhuowen finished talking, the entire square became silent. The patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect and the others were all staring at Zhuowen. They didn't even know what to think. Bai Yishue's death had spread like wildfire in West Trench City. Not long after the death of Xiaoyao sect's young sect master, Bai Yishue, the most outstanding disciple of Xiaoyao sect, had died one after another. It was a blatant slap to Xiaoyao sect's face. Therefore, many martial artists were discussing during the day, wondering who had the guts to kill Bai Yishue in West Trench City. Now, in front of the Xiaoyao sect's sect leader in the Carefree Square, a black-clothed young man had admitted that he was the one who killed Bai Yishue in front of the sect leader and the crowd. Anyone who witnessed this scene would be dumbfounded and baffled. The Xiaoyao sect's sect leader finally reacted. Although he knew that using Canaan would lure out Bai Yishue's murderer, he had not expected the murderer to be so arrogant. Not only had he walked out, he had even come to him and claimed that he was the one who killed Bai Yishue. Boom! A terrifying murderous energy emerged from the body of the Xiaoyao sect's leader. His qi turned into countless vortexes which filled the air as if they were going to crush the entire space. What did you just say? The patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect made a step forward and glared at Zhuowen furiously. He was furious. Zhuowen's actions were beyond arrogant. If he had appeared like Gatha and Xianxing, the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect would not have been so furious. However, this young man was standing in front of the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect and claiming that he was the one who had killed Bai Yishu. He was extremely arrogant and had even escalated to the level of provocation. What? Didn't I make myself clear? Or do you think it's impossible for me to kill Bai Yishue? Zhuowen asked faintly. Very good. Die. The patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect didn't say anything else. Zhuowen had infuriated him. He was going to kill him. The patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect's terrifying qi was like a gigantic mountain. Everybody had the impression they were in a quagmire. Everybody in the square felt as if they were sinking, and their knees were bending. They looked scared. The patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect was a cultivator at the top of the celestial Zun layer. His qi was terrifying. The young man in black clothes was going to die. There must be something wrong with this young man's brain. He actually walked out and claimed that he was Bai Yishue's murderer in front of the Xiaoyao sect's leader. Is he tired of living? I don't care if he's crazy or not. He's going to die. He's only at the initial level of the Golden Zun layer, and the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect is at the top of the celestial Zun layer. After a long period of silence, the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect released his qi. Everybody thought that Zhuo Wen was courting death by provoking the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect. The patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect took another step forward. Suddenly, a terrifying qi surrounded Zhuo Wen. Then, he punched out with his right hand. The invisible qi was like the water in the deep sea. It was going to crush Zhuo Wen. Zhuo Wen raised his head and smiled strangely. He made some hand seals and a sad qi filled the air. The patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect was affected by the sad qi. His right hand stopped in the air for a moment. Whoosh! At that moment, 3 pairs of lightning wings appeared on Zhuo Wen's back. He flew past the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect and towards the old man in purple clothes. Am I your target? The violet-robed old man's gaze focused slightly as a trace of a savage smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. He tossed Jianan to the ground before his right hand formed into a palm and suddenly blasted out. Terrifying origin energy sprayed out like a blue whale spraying water, and it surged out explosively with a terrifying origin energy force. In a flash, Zhuo Wen arrived in front of the old man in purple clothes. He didn't hold back at all. He used the seal of sorrow to curse the old man in purple clothes. In just an instant, the purple-robed elder felt a sorrowful aura fill his heart, and a sense of powerlessness surged through his body. First level of the bedevilment layer. Die! Zhuo Wen shouted loudly. He instantly descended and entered the demonic state. His entire body was surrounded by a terrifying murderous demonic qi. He stretched out his right palm, which contained boundless blood qi, and heavily struck the purple-robed old man's right palm. Gotcha! Before the purple-robed old man could even react to that sorrowful aura, Zhuo Wen's attack had already landed on his right palm. Then, the crisp sound of bones breaking resounded. The purple-robed old man howled miserably as he retreated dozens of steps. His right hand had already twisted irregularly. It had actually been crippled by Zhuo Wen. At the instant the violet-robed old man retreated, Zhuo Wen grabbed Jianan who was beneath the cross. At the same time, origin energy shot out from his right palm, causing the chains that bound Jianan's body to instantly collapse. Big brother Zhuo Wen, you've actually come as well. Jianan's eyes were filled with excitement as he gazed at Zhuo Wen. Now is not the time to talk about that. Let's get out of here first, Zhuo Wen said to Kanan in a low voice. He took a step forward, intending to leave the cross. Do you think you can escape? Said the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect. He was standing in front of Zhuo Wen. His eyes were bloodshot. He couldn't believe that a cultivator of the initial Golden Zun layer had managed to get past him. When the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect saw that the old man in purple clothes had been crippled, he was surprised. The young man in black clothes was really strong. He had managed to cripple the old man's right arm. After all, the old man in purple clothes was a celestial Zun layer. It was incredible that a cultivator of the initial Golden Zun layer could cripple his right arm. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At the same time, the other 2 elders of the Xiaoyao sect followed the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect. They released some qi of the initial celestial Zun layer and stood in front of Zhuo Wen and Jianan. Patriarch, we can't let that little bastard go, shouted the old man in purple clothes furiously to the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect. His right arm was broken. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the purple-robed elder's arm was crippled by an early-stage golden venerate ant. He felt extremely humiliated and was extremely enraged. Don't worry. He's going to die, said the patriarch of the Xiao Yao sect. The patriarch of the Xiao Yao sect smiled, showing his white teeth. He looked cruel. At the same time, the disciples of the Xiao Yao sect surrounded Zhuo Wen and Jianan, with the Xiao Yao sect's leader at the center. Brother Zhuo, what should we do now? Jianan looked at the disciples of the Xiao Yao sect and the patriarch of the Xiao Yao sect. Jianan, don't you want to be strong? Let me tell you, the first thing to be strong is to have a fearless heart. Even if you're in a hopeless situation, you have to be fearless. Even if you die, you have to be fearless. You have to fight for your life. That's the only way you can become strong. If you don't have a fearless heart, no matter how strong you are, you're still a weakling. You're a weakling who only knows how to bully the weak. Zhuo Wen stood before Jianan. His expression had been calm and indifferent since the beginning, and it was even slightly cold. As he looked at Zhuo Wen's figure in front of him, Jianan's originally trembling heart slowly calmed down. Both of his fists were tightly clenched. For some unknown reason, every time he looked at Zhuo Wen's calm expression, he would always feel a trace of security. This was because his heart would always blindly believe that Zhuo Wen would be able to solve all of his problems. That's what it means to be strong. Brother Zhuo is right. If you want to be strong, you have to have a fearless heart, said Jianan in a low voice. He looked at the disciples of the Xiao Yao sect, the patriarch of the Xiao Yao sect, and the elders in front of him. He didn't feel scared anymore. Zhuo Wen had made him understand that sometimes, faith was more important than life. You're right, but you're still going to die, said the patriarch of the Xiao Yao sect, smiling coldly. He looked at Zhuo Wen and Jianan as if they were a joke. Is that so? The corners of Zhuo Wen's mouth curled into a strange smile. Next, with a wave of his right hand, he retrieved the 9 autumn's wind that he had prepared beforehand. He then crushed it, causing Zhuo Wen and Canaan to disappear from the encirclement. Where are they? The patriarch of the Xiao Yao sect and the disciples of the Xiao Yao sect stared blankly at Zhuo Wen and Jianan. Patriarch! They're over there. The purple-robed old man, who was grimacing in pain while holding his crippled right arm, suddenly pointed to the edge of the square in front of him and shouted loudly. The patriarch of the Xiao Yao sect and the others looked over and saw Zhuo Wen and Jianan. They had landed where Gatha and Xian Xing were. At that moment, Gatha was struggling to control the Scourge armor soul. She was blocking the attacks of the 2 celestial Zun elders, Black Fist and Lan Hai. However, the difference between them was too big. Even though the Scourge armor soul was extremely strong, Gatha was too weak. She was barely holding on. Whoosh! The moment Zhuo Wen descended, he placed Jianan aside. After which, he suddenly took a step forward. Terrifying demonic slaughtering aura surged out as he suddenly rushed towards the 2 heavenly venerate elders with the blood spear in his hand. You're just an initial golden venerate. You're courting death. The 2 elders cried out loudly. Naturally, they had also noticed Zhuo Wen, who was rushing over. Elder Blackfist gave Elder Lan Hai a look, before rushing towards Zhuo Wen alone, intending to face Zhuo Wen alone. After all, Zhuo Wen's aura was only that of an early-stage golden venerable. In their opinion, an early-stage heavenly venerable was enough to kill him. However, if the 2 elders had seen what had happened to the old man in purple clothes, they wouldn't have let Elder Black Fist face Zhuo Wen alone. You're the one courting death, not me. Zhuo Wen's cold, blood-red eyes were filled with boundless killing intent. He raised his spear high above his head and smashed it down. The terrifying slaughtering demonic chi almost formed a sea of blood in the air. Chapter 1053. Murderous intent. Boom! A muffled thunderous explosion immediately resounded. Soon after, the large black seal and the blood spear that was wrapped in the sea of blood heavily collided. A dazzling light spread out. Zhuo Wen's crimson eyes deepened as the blood chi around him became denser. Demonic slaughter chi surged as the power of the blood spear reached its peak. Gotcha! The big black seal shattered in an instant. Then, the blood spear fell from the sky and turned into a wisp of sharp blood light. It swept toward the Black Fist Elder with an unstoppable momentum. How is this possible? Elder Black Fist's face changed and his eyes were filled with disbelief. His black seal had been destroyed in an instant by an initial stage golden venerate martial artist. This was unbelievable. Die! Zhuowen's eyes were filled with murderous intent. The blood spear was like a bloody mountain as it reached Elder Black Fist in an instant. Elder Black Fist screamed as he raised his skinny hands to block the blood spear. Terrifying Yuan force poured out of his hands and formed a Yuan force barrier to block the blood spear. Bang! The blood spear smashed heavily on the Yuan force barrier as a ring-shaped shockwave spread out. Terrifying energy filled the air as if the entire carefree square was shaking. No! The Black Fist Elder felt an irresistible force being transmitted from his hand. It was as though his hands were pressing down on 100,000 feet tall mountain. Soon after, he was shocked to discover that cracks had actually begun to appear on the surface of the Yuan power barrier. Moreover, the cracks were getting bigger and bigger. Finally, it crumbled into pieces. The blood spear's aura was like a rainbow as it instantly penetrated the Black Fist Elder's body. Poochie! Elder Black Fist only had time to spit out the word "no" before his body was pierced by the blood spear and turned into a cloud of blood mist. Kill! After killing Elder Black Fist, Zhuowen did not slow down as he charged towards Elder Blue Ocean, who was still attacking Gatha and Xian Xing. The surface of the blood spear was filled with a demonic blood-red color. What? Elder Black Fist is dead? Lan Hai also noticed the Black Fist Elder, who had exploded into a bloody mist. His pupils shrunk to the size of needles as he let out a loud cry and gave up on attacking Jia Sha. With a stomp of his foot, he hastily flew backwards. Retreat? Do you think you can retreat? Zhuowen's chilling voice rang out. Then, he immediately unleashed the Morning Treasure Seal. Waves of sorrowful curse-like aura lingered around Elder Lan Hai, causing the latter to immediately feel powerless. His retreating speed also became much slower. Swoosh! Zhuowen's blood hair fluttered as he stepped in the air and appeared before Elder Blue Ocean in an instant. He pulled out the blood spear, blood chi filled the treasure seal, and it shot towards Elder Blue Ocean. Blue Heart Sea Art. Elder Lan Hai's eyes were gloomy as he formed a seal with both of his hands. Immediately, surging Yuan power gushed out from within his body, forming clusters of surging blue seas that surrounded Elder Lan Hai. Emo Sha Emo Sha. Zhuowen spat out 2 words indifferently. The blood-red spear in front of him split into 10, and the 10 spears fell from the sky one after another. They heavily slammed into the blue sea. Every single spear seemed to contain a towering mountain. The pressure they gave off was shocking. Boom boom boom. Spear after spear. Elder Blue Ocean snorted. His footsteps were weak as he retreated. In addition to the curse of Zhuowen's Morning Treasure Seal, Elder Blue Ocean's strength had decreased by 30%. He could not withstand a single blow from the blood spears. 10th spear. A cold voice rang out. Zhuowen took a step in the air and held the 10th blood spear. He raised it high above his head with his right hand and slammed it down on the 9th blood spear. Bang bang bang. Continuous muffled sounds were heard. Then, the blue sea in front of Elder Blue Ocean was crushed into countless blue powder under the pressure of this terrifying power. Elder Blue Ocean vomited a mouthful of blood and retreated. His face was pale and his body was extremely weak. Die! Zhuowen came again. The blood spear was like an electric drill as it spun violently towards Elder Blue Ocean's heart. He wanted to kill Elder Blue Ocean in a single blow. How dare you kill Elder Blue Ocean? Shouted the Patriarch furiously. Then, the Patriarch of the Xiao Yao sect descended from the sky like a rock spreading its wings. In a flash, he arrived above Zhuowen and threw a punch. His pure chi turned into a gigantic hand which moved towards Zhuowen. He wanted to kill him. If I, Zhuowen, want to kill someone, even if you're at the top of the Zun Chi layer, you won't be able to stop me. Zhuowen's blood-red eyes were still as cold as a demon's. The bloody aura on his body instantly surged to the extreme. At the same time, clouds of blood appeared above his head. Zhuowen's blood-red hair began to rapidly grow to his waist. "Second level of the bedevilment realm," shouted Zhuowen in a low voice. Terrifying blood chi rose up in the air and turned into a terrifying chi. The patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect's hand was crushed by Zhuowen's chi. Zhuowen shot out like an arrow and arrived in front of Elder Lan Hai. "No! Don't kill me!" shouted Elder Blue Ocean. "Die!" Zhuowen coldly spoke as the blood-red spear shot out in an instant, piercing through Elder Blusia's forehead. Next, Elder Blusia's life force was completely severed by Zhuowen, turning him into a corpse. "Ah! You bastard!" When the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect saw Elder Blue Ocean's corpse, he went crazy. His eyes were bloodshot and his robe was fluttering in the wind. He threw another punch at Zhuowen. That little bastard had killed 2 Zun Chi elders of the Xiaoyao sect. If he didn't kill him, he wouldn't be worthy of being the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect. Morning Treasure Seal. When Zhuowen saw the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect, he used the Morning Treasure Seal again. At the same time, 3 lightning wings appeared on his back. He turned into a flash of lightning and disappeared from the Xiaoyao sect. Because of the Morning Treasure Seal, the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect couldn't attack Lin Fan. The entire square fell into a strange silence. Everyone looked at the corpses of Elder Black Fist and Elder Lan Hai, who had been killed in an instant. Suddenly, they didn't know what to say. They were so shocked that they couldn't speak. 2 early celestial venerables of the Xiaoyao sect had died at the hands of an early golden venerable. They thought it was crazy. Whoosh! With a flash of lightning, Zhuowen arrived before Jianan, Jiasha, and Xian Xing at the edge of the plaza. He transmitted his voice to the 3 of them. "The 3 of you should leave first. Staying here won't do you any good." "Brother Zhua, we're not leaving," said Gatha stubbornly. "Yes, Brother Zhua, we can't let you face the Xiaoyao sect alone. Didn't you say that if you want to be strong, you have to be fearless? If you want to become an expert, then you must have a fearless heart. If we shrink back under your protection, then how could we possibly become experts?" Jianan clenched his fists tightly as he spoke. Zhuowen looked at Jianan in surprise. He nodded and said, "Since it's that way, you can stay here. You can deal with the disciples of the Xiaoyao sect. I'll take care of the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect and the other 3 elders." When Zhuowen said that, the 3 elders of the Xiaoyao sect looked glum. This little bastard was too arrogant. He dared say that in front of them. He didn't know what was good for him. "Brother Zhua, since you're not leaving, you can't forget about me." At the same time, a clear voice came from the crowd in the square. Then, a demonic man in a black robe landed beside Zhuowen. "Brother Mo, so you're here too?" Jianan, Jiasha and Xian Xing revealed an excited expression in their eyes when they saw this demonic man. Clearly, they did not expect that Mo Lingtian would actually come and rescue them. "Brother Mo cares about you guys a lot. He came to West Trace City 3 days earlier than me," Zhuowen said with a smile. Mo Lingtian felt a little embarrassed when he saw Zhuowen's teasing smile. On the other hand, Jianan and the other 2 revealed a touched expression in their eyes as a warm current flowed through their hearts. Zhuowen and Mo Lingtian really treated them as friends and were willing to take the risk to come to West Slope City for them to help them resolve their problems and share their hardship. "Let's not talk about this anymore. Let's solve the problem in front of us first." Mo Lingtian waved his hand and stared at the people from the Unfettered sect. There were a lot of disciples from the Unfettered sect in the Unfettered Square. There were almost 100 of them, and they were all elites of the Unfettered sect. Most of them were supremes, and some were even golden exalt. This was a strong force. Although Emo Lingtian was strong, Jianan and Gatha's armor souls were not ordinary. It was difficult for them to face such a force. 5 ants want to fight against the unfettered sect? You're courting death. The unfettered sect master's eyes were cold. He turned to the 2 rows of disciples behind him and said, "Kill them all. Don't leave a single one alive." Yes. The 100 disciples of the unfettered sect cupped their hands and shouted in unison. Then, they formed a mysterious formation and surrounded Zhuowen and the others. They pointed their swords at Zhuowen and the others. "As for you, get the hell out here. I'll kill you myself." When the disciples of the unfettered sect surrounded Zhuowen, the unfettered sect master appeared above them and pointed at Zhuowen. Zhuowen had killed 2 celestial exalts in front of him. It was a humiliation for the unfettered sect. Besides, he was able to kill early celestial exalts, which meant that he was very strong. The disciples of the unfettered sect couldn't fight against him. That was why the unfettered sect master had asked Zhuowen to deal with him. "Brother Emo, the 4 of you should be careful. Also, Kanan and Jasha, make good use of your armor souls. That way you will have unexpected gains," said Zhuowen to the 4 of them. Then, he jumped in front of the unfettered sect master. He knew that if he killed the unfettered sect master, the unfettered sect would collapse. "You're quite talented. You managed to kill Black Fist and Blue Ocean from the Xiaoyao sect. It seems like you're quite a famous genius in the Divine College. But so what if you're a monstrous genius in Jiaxin University? Don't even think about leaving after killing my disciples. You'll stay here forever." Chapter 1054. The strength of the Buddha and the demon. The atmosphere of the entire Xiaoyao Square was extremely heavy, even a little oppressive. Close to 100 disciples of the Xiaoyao sect surrounded Jianan, Emo Lingtian and the other 2. Their sharp swords were all pointed at the 4 of them without exception. In this pitch-black night, it was extremely eye-catching. The patriarch of the carefree sect and the other 3 elders were staring coldly at Zhuowen, who had red hair and red eyes and was holding a blood spear. The 2 of them were facing each other in the air. The atmosphere was oppressive. The crowd held their breaths as they watched the scene. Zhuowen and Emo Lingtian were only 5 people, but they were facing nearly 100 elite disciples of the carefree sect. The young man with the blood spear was arrogant enough to face the patriarch of the carefree sect and the other 3 elders at the same time. A mere martial artist in the initial stage of the Golden Venerate realm actually intended to face 4 heavenly venerates at the same time, including a peak heavenly venerate supreme master. In the eyes of many, this was an act of seeking death. However, the crowd didn't think so. The young man with red hair and red eyes was much stronger than they had expected. The 2 early celestial venerables of the carefree sect, He Quan and Lan Hai, had been killed in front of the crowd. The crowd didn't dare to underestimate the young man. Even so, they still thought that he was going to face 4 celestial venerables at the same time. There was even a peak celestial venerable cultivator among them. Such a lineup was too arrogant. The chances of him winning weren't high. "You're quite brave. You actually dare to face the 4 of us." The patriarch of the carefree sect stared at Zhuowen with a murderous look in his eyes. The most talented disciple of the carefree sect, Bai Yixue, and the celestial venerable elder of the carefree sect had been killed by him. The patriarch of the carefree sect hated Zhuowen so much that he couldn't wait to kill him. "Why not? Your unfettered sect's Empyrean martial artists don't seem to be much either," Zhuowen said indifferently. The patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect and his disciples weren't like the Jiaxin University. They didn't have a cultivation tower that could temper their meridians. The disciples of the Xiaoyao sect were much weaker than the Jiaxin University. Take Black Fist and Lan Hai, who Zhuowen had just killed, for example. Although they were both at the early stage of the heavenly venerable realm like Lu Xiang, there was still a huge gap between them and Lu Xiang. With Zhuowen's strength, He did not need to enter the demonized state to kill Black Fist and Blue Ocean. However, doing so would waste a lot of time. Back then, the situation had been critical. Zhuowen had needed to end the battle quickly. Hence, he had used the demonized state. As expected, when Zhuowen said that, the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect and the three elders pulled a long face. This young man was really fearless. He dared talk like that in front of the four celestial Zune masters. He wanted to die. Since you want to die, I'll help you. Let's attack together and kill him, said the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect to the three old men behind him. He stomped on the ground and purple lightning emerged from his hands. His entire body was enveloped by the purple lightning. The purple lightning exploded and the purple lightning descended. The three old men behind the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect looked furious, especially the one whose right arm had been destroyed by Zhuowen. His eyes were filled with murder. Die! Shouted the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect furiously. In a flash, the four cultivators moved towards Zhuowen and surrounded him. At the same time, four terrifying energies emerged from the four cultivators' hands. Their pure qi was like a blue whale spitting out water. It looked like fireworks in the sky. Zhuowen's eyes were bloodshot. He looked calm and indifferent. When the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect and the other four cultivators attacked him, Zhuowen moved. He spun on his feet and waved his blood spear in his right hand. Blood qi gushed out and formed a terrifying vortex. He was as immovable as a mountain, but he moved as fast as lightning. Boom, boom, boom. The vortex was like a perfect defense. Even though the four old men's attacks were terrifying, when they entered the vortex, it was as if they had entered a swamp. Interesting. We don't need to be merciful. Let's join hands and kill him. When the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect saw that the four old men's attacks had been destroyed by the vortex, his face stiffened. However, he looked even more furious. The purple lightning in his hands was becoming more and more intense. It was as if lightning had descended from the sky. It was terrifying. The other three elders nodded as the aura on their bodies rose to the extreme. Their palms spat out with the power of a rainbow piercing through the sun. The terrifying strength qi formed a spiral shape as it suddenly swept out and heavily smashed onto the blood-colored vortex. Lightning punishment. The patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect didn't want to be outdone. When the purple lightning in his hands reached the maximum, he raised his hands and a ball of lightning appeared. It was as big as a palm and it moved towards the sky. After that, dark clouds started to condense in the sky. Purple lightning snakes appeared in the clouds. It looked terrifying. Boom, boom. The patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect jumped up and raised his right hand. The dark clouds started rolling and the purple lightning condensed into 100 zhang-long purple python. The purple python roared furiously and swooped down towards the blood-colored whirlpool below, after which it plunged headfirst into the whirlpool. Instantly, terrifying purple lightning filled the air, after which the originally indestructible blood-colored whirlpool started to tremble violently. Gotcha! The sound of something shattering rang out. The purple python was too terrifying. With a casual swing of its tail, it was able to produce tens of thousands of bolts of purple lightning. Although the blood-red vortex's defense was tough, it still couldn't withstand the attack of the purple python. Boom! When the cracks spread all over the blood-red whirlpool, it finally collapsed. Then, a figure with blood-red hair and eyes flew out of the shattered blood-red whirlpool. Die! Shouted the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect furiously. The purple python moved towards the silhouette with red hair. Zhuowen looked surprised. He hadn't thought that the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect would be so strong. He had broken through the vortex's defense. The patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect raised his blood spear and condensed a terrifying amount of blood qi. It turned into a 10-zhang-long blood spear. That blood spear looked like a blood bridge. Boom, boom, boom. Just as the blood-red spear shadow appeared, the purple python had already arrived. It opened its bloody mouth that was filled with purple lightning, and countless purple lightning swallowed and spat out. Its power was enormous and terrifying. The blood-red spear shadow actually froze in midair under the might of the purple lightning python and then continuously retreated. Zhuowen's face changed. He jumped up and landed on the blood spear. His right hand was filled with blood qi and he punched the spear. Whoosh! Under Zhuowen's palm strike, the blood-colored spear shadow, which had been retreating repeatedly, stopped its retreat. "It's useless!" shouted the patriarch of the Xiao Yao sect furiously. He also landed on the purple python and put his hands on the python's head. Purple lightning kept pouring into the python's body. He wanted to make the purple python go berserk. Roar! A mournful roar resounded. The purple lightning on the huge purple python's body was extremely frightening. Its huge snake body continuously twisted and turned, emitting an extremely frightening and huge force. Boom, boom, boom. Zhuowen was standing in the air with his right hand on the blood spear. He could feel that the python was going berserk. He couldn't help but step back. His face looked glum. "How dare you provoke the Xiaoyao sect? I think you don't know how to write the word death." A chilling voice rang out from behind Zhuowen, who was retreating. Soon after, Zhuowen could clearly hear the terrifying sound of something breaking through the air. Clearly, someone was planning to launch a sneak attack. Nirvana of the Great Sun. At that moment, Zhuowen, who was in a demonic state, used the Nirvana of the Great Sun. In a flash, he had 4 heads and 8 arms. Suddenly, the golden Buddha's light and the blood-red demon's qi started fusing together. Surprisingly, a strange power was created. A skinny palm suddenly surged over and ruthlessly imprinted itself on Zhuowen's back. Then, Zhuowen saw a hideous grin on his face. It was actually the purple-robed elder, whose right hand had been crippled by him. The old man in the purple robe had a hideous smile on his face. He had been preparing for that attack for a long time. He had been waiting for the moment when Zhuowen was defenseless. Therefore, he was extremely proud of himself, because he determined that Zhuowen would definitely suffer an extremely serious injury after receiving his palm strike. At that time, how would this kid be able to resist their sect master? However, the moment the purple-robed old man's right hand landed on Zhuowen's back, his expression changed. This was because he sensed an extremely violent energy from Zhuowen. Moreover, the energy gave him a feeling that he could not resist it. What kind of energy is this? The old man in the purple robe quickly noticed that the Buddha's light and the demon's qi on Zhuowen's body emitted a strange energy. This energy was very unstable and violent. It seemed like it could explode at any time. Moreover, this energy was like a maggot in one's bones. It followed the old man's palm and entered his body. What was even more strange was that the moment this energy entered his meridians, it violently exploded. In an instant, the meridians in his left arm exploded under this strange energy. Ah! What kind of energy is this? Why is it so strange? The purple-clothed old man miserably howled. He wanted to withdraw his left arm that was imprinted on Zhuowen's back. Unfortunately, Zhuowen's eyes were sharp and his hands were quick. He grabbed the left arm that the old man was about to withdraw. "After the sneak attack, you plan to run?" Zhuowen's cold voice rang out. Then, the terrifying Buddha's demonic energy blasted into the old man's body. Suddenly, the Buddha's demonic energy began to explode in the old man's meridians. Poochie! In just an instant, the old man in the purple robe began to bleed from his 7 orifices. His body exploded into a bloody mist. His eyes were wide open and he died with a grievance. After killing the old man in the purple robe, Zhuowen let out a muffled groan. He quickly dispelled the nirvana of the Great Sun. His eyes revealed a trace of horror. Chapter 1055. Fearless of course, Zhuowen also discovered that when the Buddhist energy and the demonic energy merged together, the strange energy produced not only had the effect of destroying the enemy's meridians, but it could also backfire on the user's meridians. Fortunately, Zhuo had quickly dispelled the nirvana of the Great Sun. Additionally, his meridians had become abnormally strong after being tempered by the cultivation tower and meridian opening pill. Thus, Zhuo did not suffer too much damage. However, Zhuo was extremely fearful of this strange fusion of Buddha and devil. He was very clear that if he did not remove the Great Sun Nirvana state in time, the consequences would be unimaginable. His meridians would definitely be severely damaged. How dare you kill Elder Ziyan? Die. The death of the elder in purple clothes infuriated the patriarch of the Xiao Yao sect. He was standing on the head of the purple python. The patriarch of the Xiao Yao sect shouted furiously. The purple python under his feet became even more terrifying. In a flash, purple lightning filled the sky and broke through the blood spear in Zhuowen's hand. Boom! In just an instant, the bloody spear that was over 100 feet long completely shattered under the attack of the purple lightning. It turned into a bloody powder that dissipated in the air. Whoosh! The blood spear was broken and the purple lightning filled the air. It was like maggots in a corpse. It extended towards Zhuo. It wanted to kill Zhuo completely. Zhuo narrowed his eyes and stepped back. However, the purple lightning was too fast. In a flash, it caught up with Zhuo. There was a rumbling sound and it seemed like the purple lightning was going to corrode Zhuo's entire body. Emo Sha! Zhuo stomped his foot when he saw how swift the purple lightning was. Countless strands of blood qi suffused the air as the blood spear in his hand split into 10. They formed a blood-colored fence in front of him with the intention of blocking the terrifying purple lightning. Boom, boom, boom. The purple lightning arrived before the blood-colored fence in an instant. Following that, an extremely terrifying muffled thunder-like sound rang out. Zhuo frowned slightly. The might of the purple lightning had exceeded his expectations. The blood-colored fence in front of him actually showed signs of collapsing. Retreat! Zhuo shouted indifferently. His blood-red hair fluttered as he suddenly flew backwards. The moment he retreated, the blood-red fence was completely annihilated by the purple lightning. As for Zhuo, he had already retreated dozens of steps away. His gaze was indifferent as he stared at the destroyed blood-colored fence. Humph! You run away faster than a mouse. Purple lightning flashed and the patriarch of the Xiao Yao sect arrived in front of the blood-red fence. He looked at Zhuo coldly. Everyone in the square was surprised when they saw this scene. This Zhuo was really unusual. Not only were the 4 great Empyrean martial artists unable to take him down, he even killed a purple-robed old man. At that moment, the 100 or so disciples of the Xiao Yao sect, who were in the middle of the square, also started to attack. Different colored energies turned into countless lights which surrounded Mo Lingtian, Jia Nan, Jia Sha and Xian Xing. However, what surprised the crowd was that Mo Lingtian and the other 3 weren't ordinary cultivators. Even though they were surrounded by 100 disciples of the Xiao Yao sect, they weren't defeated. On the contrary, they were in a stalemate with the disciples of the Xiao Yao sect. They seemed to have the upper hand. Mo Lingtian had the purple luo flames. His entire body was covered in purple flames. He waved his hands and countless purple flowers bloomed. Many disciples of the Xiao Yao sect were injured by the purple flames. At the same time, Jianan, who possessed the undying armor soul, had an extremely barbaric battle style. He was simply fighting with no regard for his life, exchanging injury for injury. After all, he possessed the undying armor soul. As long as he did not die and was able to protect his vitals, his injuries would be healed in an extremely short period of time. Jianan's barbaric fighting style caused many of the unfettered sect's disciples' eyelids to twitch. Their hearts shivered. This brat was simply a madman. He actually fought without regard for his life. Jia Sha's Heaven's Wrath Armor Soul was even more mysterious and powerful than the immortal Armor Soul. The human figure covered in chains in the wind and snow could send supreme saints flying with a wave of its hands. Even the disciples of the Xiaoyao sect at the Golden Venerate realm found it hard to resist. Although Xian Xing's armor soul wasn't as strong as Jia Nan's and Jia Sha's, her myriad star ceremony was quite powerful. Her strength was comparable to that of an ordinary supreme being, so she was able to withstand it. It wouldn't be easy for the disciples of the Carefree sect to attack Xian Xing. With only 4 people, not only were they able to hold off nearly 100 disciples of the unfettered sect, but they were also able to suppress them. The patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect and the other 2 celestial Zun elders also noticed what was going on. They looked glum. They hadn't thought that those 4 people would be able to defeat 100 elite disciples of the Xiaoyao sect. How humiliating! "One of you go and kill those 4 people," said the leader of the unfettered sect, smiling coldly and ordering the 2 celestial Zun elders behind him. The white-robed elder among the 2 elders stood up abruptly. His pair of sinister triangular eyes stared at Mo Lingtian and the other 3 as he cackled, "Don't worry, sect leader. I'm here. Those 4 people are going to die. Finish them quickly. Why did you come back and kill this little bastard?" said the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect indifferently to the old man in the white robe. "Don't worry, it's just 4 ants. I won't drag this out for too long. I'll definitely end this quickly." The white-robed old man chuckled. With a stomp of his foot, he instantly rushed toward Mo Lingtian below. However, the moment the old man rushed out, a blood shadow also rushed out at the same time and blocked in front of the white-robed old man. "I'm your opponent. Why are you running?" Zhuowen raised his eyes slightly and looked directly at the white-robed old man before him. He grinned, revealing a row of cold white teeth, causing the white-robed old man's heart to tremble and his expression to stiffen. He had seen with his own eyes that the other 3 celestial Zun elders of the Carefree sect had been killed by this young man. He knew that he was as strong as the 3 celestial Zun elders who had been killed. Therefore, he was certain that he would die if he fought against this young man. "Run!" the old man in the white robe shouted in a low voice. He did not have the courage to face Zhuowen at all. He took a step forward and flew backward. His face was filled with fear. "Those are the elders of the Xiaoyao sect? They're as timid as a mouse." Zhuowen didn't chase after the old man in white clothes because the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect was standing behind the old man in white clothes. He was staring at Zhuowen. Zhuowen's words were loud and clear, and the entire Carefree square heard him clearly. Many people looked at the white-robed old man, who was covering his head and running away like a rat, and shot him a strange look. A dignified, early-stage, heavenly venerable martial artist was actually so timid in front of an early-stage golden venerable martial artist. Anyone who saw this would find it very strange and strange. However, no one was surprised by the white-robed old man's actions because they had seen Zhuowen's combat strength with their own eyes. Zhuowen could easily kill early-stage heavenly venerables. It would be strange if the white-robed old man was not afraid. "Xiaoyao, old dog. You 3 can't even protect yourselves, why would you care about other people?" said Zhuowen arrogantly, looking at the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect and the 2 elders next to him. "Very good. You were defeated by my attacks and now you're saying that we can't even protect ourselves. I don't know where you get your confidence from," said the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect coldly. Then, he said something to the 2 elders next to him. He jumped on the ground and the purple python moved towards Zhuowen again. The 2 elders didn't want to be outdone either. They followed the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect, one on his left and one on his right. They were waiting for an opportunity to attack. "It seems like I need to add fuel to the fire of the bedevilment." Zhuowen's eyes were cold. With a flick of his finger, he took out the bronze coffin and opened it by a third. Dense and terrifying blood-red energy surged out of the bronze coffin and enveloped Zhuowen. "Zhuowen, you little bastard! How dare you absorb my energy again?" When the bronze coffin was opened to absorb the blood demon's power, a shrill scream was heard. It was the voice of the blood demon sealed in the coffin. Zhuowen didn't care about the blood demon. He just kept absorbing the blood demon's energy. When the blood-red energy reached the limit of the bedevilment state, Zhuowen raised his head to the sky and shouted. A wave of blood-red qi spread out like a tsunami. Boom, boom, boom. The patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect and the two elders who were riding the purple python also sensed Zhuowen's terrifying strength. After that, the three of them sensed a thick blood qi attack them. That qi was terrifying. Boom, boom, boom. The three of them couldn't help but retreat. Even the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect, who was riding the purple python, was pushed back a few steps. The purple python was surrounded by purple lightning, and its purple eyes were twinkling with fear. How come this guy's strength increased again? And it increased so much. The patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect was astonished. At that moment, Zhuowen gave him much more pressure than before. Die! At this moment, countless surging strands of bloody qi permeated Zhuowen's surroundings. His blood-red hair fluttered in the air like layers upon layers of waves. Zhuowen's blood-red eyes became even deeper. At this moment, Zhuowen was like a demon god of slaughter that had walked out from the depths of hell. His killing intent was monstrous, and blood clouds filled the sky. Boom! The instant Zhuowen spat out the word kill, he had already taken a step forward with his right foot. The power contained in this step was so great that even the surrounding space shook violently. Blood qi erupted, and a sea of blood began to fill the surroundings. At that moment, Zhuowen shot out like a cannonball. His entire body turned into a beam of blood and moved towards the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect. So what if you've become stronger? You're just at the initial level of the Golden Zune layer. You can't defeat me. Die. Chapter 1056. Carefree Sword Boom. Zhuowen had turned into a beam of blood-red light. A terrifying blood-red energy filled the air and turned into a blood-red whirlpool. In the end, the whirlpool bombarded the purple lightning sea around the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect. Bang, bang, bang. Sounds of intense collisions rang out continuously. Then, the blood-red energy and the purple lightning continued to entangle in the void. It was as though two ancient beasts were engaged in a fierce battle. Everyone in the square was somewhat shocked as they watched this scene. Such an intense collision was not something that they could handle. Just the aftermath of the collision between the bloody light and the lightning caused everyone to feel as if the heavens were crushing down on them. A trace of reverence involuntarily rose in their hearts. This damned little bastard, how did his strength increase so much? The patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect was furious. He hadn't thought that Zhuowen would become so strong after absorbing the blood demon's strength. Now, the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect could sense that Zhuowen was a threat to him. At this moment, Zhuowen was in the middle of the purple lightning. Countless blood qi surged around him, resisting the powerful purple lightning that was constantly spreading around him. At the same time, he took a step forward. His blood qi was like the best defense, impenetrable by tens of thousands of lightning. Whoosh! Inside the purple lightning, Zhuowen broke through the sea of purple lightning and passed by the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect. Leader of the Xiaoyao sect, I'll be the last to deal with you. You still have a little time to live, said Zhuowen indifferently. The patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect was surprised at first, but then he reacted and shouted, "Oh no, elders!" As expected, when the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect turned around, he saw that Zhuowen was already flying towards the two celestial Zune elders behind him. "You two, hurry up and run!" shouted the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect. He sounded worried. Zhuowen was even stronger than before. Back then, Zhuowen was already strong enough to kill cultivators of the initial celestial Zune layer. Now, he was even stronger. The moment the Xiaoyao sect shouted, the two Zhonglai realized that something was wrong. When they saw Zhuowen rushing towards them, they panicked. "Run!" The white-robed old man from earlier let out a furious roar and directly rushed to the back, fleeing without a trace. The other old man's reaction was a little slower, but it was this momentary distraction that allowed Zhuo to catch up to him. Die! Zhuo fiercely swung his bloody spear. Immediately, a terrifying blood chi converged. Numerous blood-colored spear shadows completely enveloped the old man, who was half a beat slower. Ah! A horrible shriek spread in the air. The old man was covered by the blood-red spear shadows and turned into a bloody mist. That son of a bitch! The patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect pulled a long face. He hadn't thought that another celestial Zun elder of the Xiaoyao sect would die. Out of the 5 celestial Zun elders, only the old man in white was left. The other 4 had all been killed by Zhuo. "I want you to die!" shouted the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect furiously. The purple lightning around his body became even more violent as it moved towards Zhuo. It formed a gigantic lightning bridge in the sky. Zhuo's blood-red eyes were filled with indifference. He pushed out with his right hand and blood-red energy immediately surged out, forming a circular blood-red barrier in front of him. Boom! Purple lightning filled the air and smashed onto the circular blood-colored barrier. However, it only caused the blood-colored barrier to shake a little before it did not budge at all. At the same time, Zhuo spread his wings like a giant rock and instantly shot out in pursuit of the rapidly fleeing white-robed old man. With 3 pairs of lightning wings and the strength of the blood demon, Zhuo was unbelievably fast. He caught up with the old man in white in the blink of an eye. "You can't escape," said Zhuo coldly. Then, he raised his right hand and punched the old man with a terrifying strength. The white-robed old man only felt a cold wind blowing behind his back. He discovered that Zhuo had unknowingly appeared behind him. Zhuo's right hand was raised high. His palm contained a continuously changing blood ball. Although the blood ball was small, the power contained within it caused the white-robed old man to faintly feel apprehensive. "Stop him!" The white-robed elder's eyes flashed with a cold light. He knew that it was time for him to put his life on the line. He had to give it his all. Then, his right hand formed a palm. White light burst out from his palm as he slammed it towards Zhuo. Boom boom! When the 2 palms collided, the white light on the white-robed old man's right palm was like a candle in the wind, instantly extinguishing. Then, the demonic blood ball in Zhuo's palm began to expand, and a terrifying blood-colored energy surged out and drilled into the white-robed old man's body. Ah! With a blood-curdling scream, the white-robed old man's right arm was corroded by the blood-colored energy and completely exploded into fine powder. Zhuo was not going to let the white-robed old man off. His left palm, which had been accumulating power, went straight for the white-robed old man's chest. Poochie! His left palm landed heavily on the white-robed old man's chest, and a demonic blood-red color exploded. The white-robed old man's face revealed an expression of extreme pain. He was bleeding from his 7 orifices, and his face was deathly pale. "Die!" Zhuo's expression did not change. Yuan power once again spat out from his left palm. The white-robed elder did not even have the chance to groan before he exploded into a bloody mist. The Yuanying hidden in his dantian was also completely annihilated by this terrifying palm force. It simply did not have any chance to escape. So far, 5 elders of the Xiaoyao sect had been killed by Zhuo alone. When the white-robed old man exploded into a bloody mist, many people below the square were stunned. Although Zhuo's battle strength was terrifying from the very beginning and everyone had a very high evaluation of him, Zhuo's battle strength was extremely terrifying. But this time, Zhuo had killed 3 celestial Zun elders in front of the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect. In other words, even the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect couldn't stop Zhuo from killing the celestial Zun elders. Did that mean that Zhuo was as strong as the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect? The sect leader of the Xiaoyao sect was glaring furiously, his hair standing on end. The young sect leader was dead, Bai Yishua was dead, and now the 5 celestial venerable elders were dead as well. Even if the patriarch of the carefree sect could kill Zhuowen, the carefree sect would suffer a great loss. They would never be as glorious as they used to be. All of this was caused by the young man with red hair and red eyes. Zhuowen looked calm when he saw the patriarch of the carefree sect's furious expression. He pointed his spear at the patriarch of the carefree sect and said indifferently, "Now it's your turn, old dog. I'll make sure you die a horrible death." The patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect raised his head to the sky and shouted furiously. Then, he jumped forward. He didn't jump towards Zhuowen. He jumped towards the gigantic statue in front of the Xiaoyao square. That statue was the image of the first patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect. The Xiaoyao sect had built it to commemorate the first patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect who had founded the prosperous West Path city and the powerful Xiaoyao sect. What is the patriarch of the carefree sect doing? Why is he stepping on the statue of the first patriarch of the carefree sect? The people in the square didn't understand why the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect was doing that. They didn't know what he was trying to do. Zhuowen was also staring at the patriarch of the carefree sect. He had a bad feeling. Stop him. No matter what the patriarch of the carefree sect wanted to do, Zhuowen didn't want to let him live. The first patriarch of the unfettered sect founded West Path City and the unfettered sect. He was also a powerful great emperor. Do you really think that's all the unfettered sect has? You killed the young patriarch of the carefree sect, the first disciple of the carefree sect, by Yishue, and the 5 elders of the carefree sect. You must receive the harshest punishment," said the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect. He stretched out his right hand and a strange hand seal appeared. Then, he punched the head of the statue. Boom! The huge stone statue began to tremble violently, and terrifying cracks began to appear on its surface. The cracks grew larger, and finally, the entire stone statue collapsed and shattered. A ray of white light, like a scorching sun, burst out from the stone statue, illuminating the pitch-black carefree square, as if it was daytime. A ring-shaped wave of air spread out from the stone statue. Under the impact of this wave of air, Zhuowen was blown away before he could reach the stone statue. His feet took several steps in the air before he barely managed to stabilize his body. What a terrifying power! What's inside the statue? Zhuowen's gaze became extremely solemn. The force of impact emanating from the stone statue was terrifying. It actually gave him a feeling of being unable to resist. Everybody in the square was pushed back a few hundred meters before they could stabilize themselves. They looked at the broken statue and the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect, who was standing on top of the statue's head with fear in their eyes. The eyes of the unfettered sect's disciples, who were originally entangled with Mo Lingtian, Jianan and the other 2, were filled with fanaticism. They immediately retreated into the distance and no longer paid any attention to Mo Lingtian, Jianan and the other 2. Ancestral weapon. The patriarch is about to use his ancestral weapon. The disciples of the carefree sect who had retreated knelt down on one knee. They looked at the crumbling statue with excited eyes and murmured to themselves. On the other hand, Mo Lingtian, Jianan, and the other 2 were baffled. When they saw the unfettered sect's disciple retreat, they naturally followed suit. What's going on? What does the patriarch of the carefree sect want to do? Jianan looked at the statue in front of her with worry. According to the disciples of the carefree sect, the patriarch of the carefree sect is going to use his ancestral weapon. But I don't know what this ancestral weapon is. Mo Lingtian frowned. He was also confused. Boom. Chapter 1057. 2 Emperor weapons. When the white longsword appeared in front of the crowd, a majestic force gushed out like a stormy sea. The immense pressure and peerless power caused the surrounding space to become extremely unstable. The surface of the white longsword shone with a divine light. Waves of milky white halos rotated on the surface of the sword. It was like the halos contained in the sun. It was dazzling and could not be looked at directly. Under the milky white halos, there was a solemn and powerful aura. It was like a high and mighty emperor. That's the Xiao Yao sword? It's actually the Xiao Yao sword that belonged to the first sect master of the Xiao Yao sect? Some of the sharp-eyed people in the square immediately recognized the white longsword in the palm of the Xiao Yao sect's sect master. The first sect master of the Xiao Yao sect was a legendary figure in West Path City. There were countless rumors about his sword, the Xiao Yao sword. It was said that when West Path City was first built, there were 3 Emperor Realm cultivators who coveted this place. They joined forces to kill the first patriarch of the Carefree sect. However, the first patriarch of the Carefree sect held the Carefree sword in his hand and fought against the 3 Emperor Realm cultivators alone. In the end, the 3 Emperor Realm cultivators were defeated and fled in panic. Although it had been a long time, the Xiao Yao sword was still very famous in West Path City. Even now, many people still talked about the Xiao Yao sword. However, since the first sect master of the Xiao Yao sect left after establishing the Xiao Yao sect, the Xiao Yao sword had completely disappeared from everyone's sight. All the cultivators in West Path City thought that the unfettered sword had been taken away by the first patriarch of the unfettered sect. They had never thought that it would be left in the unfettered sect. Moreover, the people of the unfettered sect had hidden the unfettered sword in the statue of the first patriarch. Emperor weapon? Zhuowen also heard the discussion below. He stared at the white longsword in the hand of the Xiao Yao sect's sect master. The longsword gave him a faint sense of danger. Zhuowen had felt this feeling from Emperor Qing's peach blossom origin painting and murderous abstinence blade. Now, he felt a familiar sense of danger from the Xiao Yao sword. Obviously, the Xiao Yao sword was an emperor weapon. After all, it was the sword of the first sect master of the Xiao Yao sect. The sword of an emperor realm cultivator naturally had to be an emperor weapon. Not good. It's a monarch weapon. The Xiao Yao sect has a monarch weapon? Mo Lingtian, who was standing at the edge of the square, couldn't help but shriek. What should we do? Although Brother Zhuo is very strong, he's at most on par with the Xiao Yao sect's sect master. Now that the Xiao Yao sect's sect master has an emperor weapon, Brother Zhuo doesn't have such a powerful weapon. The two of them are not on equal footing, Jia Nan said anxiously. Gatha and Xian Xing were also worried. Originally, when Zhuowen killed the 5 elders of the Xiao Yao sect, the 4 of them had felt the dawn of victory. Now that the Xiao Yao sword had appeared, their hearts sank to the bottom. This young man is already very extraordinary. He can actually force the Xiao Yao sect's sect master to this extent. I'm afraid that even if he dies under the Xiao Yao sword, he will die in peace. Not only did he kill the first disciple of the Xiao Yao sect, by Yixue, but he also killed the 5 elders of the Xiao Yao sect. Even if he dies at the hands of the Xiao Yao sect's sect master, I'm afraid his name will spread throughout the entire West Path City. Even the entire Excellent Spirit Island will spread his name. When the Xiao Yao sword appeared, everyone in the Xiao Yao square involuntarily looked at the red-haired, red-eyed young man standing on the other side of the void. Everyone's eyes were filled with a trace of pity. The battle strength that Zhuowen had displayed had truly shocked everyone in the square. They were all able to predict that if Zhuowen did not die, with the talent and strength that he had displayed, his future would be limitless. However, he was about to die under the unfettered sword. No one even thought that Zhuowen was lucky, because a peak heavenly master with an emperor weapon could unleash a terrifying battle prowess. Perhaps he still wasn't a match for a martial emperor, but at least he already had a part of the martial emperor's power. Below the martial emperor realm, all are ant. This was a popular saying in the heavenly armor continent, which perfectly explained the power and terror of a martial emperor. No matter how monstrous one's talent was, or how powerful one's strength was, in front of a martial emperor, one was a complete ant. Even though the Xiao sect master couldn't fully unleash the martial emperor's power with the Xiao sword, even a part of its power was extremely terrifying. Even a peak heavenly master would perish in the hands of the Xiao sect master. At that moment, the Xiao sect master looked high-spirited and high-spirited. His hair was fluttering in the wind, making him look like a celestial being. The patriarch of the Xiao sect noticed that everybody was looking at him with different expressions. Some were surprised, some were jealous, some were self-abased, some were in awe. The patriarch of the Xiao sect was satisfied with all the negative emotions. He smiled faintly. At that moment, he was high up in the air, enjoying the attention of the crowd. The Xiao sect master was very satisfied. Then, he looked past the crowd and landed on the young man who had injured the unfettered sect. He wanted to see all kinds of negative emotions in the young man's eyes. However, when the Xiao sect master looked at Zhuowen, his face stiffened. Because he didn't see the slightest trace of unusual emotion in Zhuowen's eyes. There was only that indifferent expression from the beginning to the end, as if there was nothing in the world that could make this pair of indifferent eyes reveal any other unusual splendor. Zhuowen looked cold and indifferent. He was as calm as water. You're truly able to keep your composure. You're actually able to pretend to be so calm before the might of an emperor weapon. However, you can continue to pretend as much as you can now. Let's see if you can still pretend to be so calm when this old man kills you later," said the patriarch of the Xiao sect mockingly. He couldn't help but laugh at Zhuowen. "Are you done talking? If you're done, come here and die," said Zhuowen indifferently, ignoring the Xiao sect master's mockery. The Xiao sect master's face stiffened again. Then, his face turned red and he shouted furiously, "You've got balls. We're already at this stage and you still dare to provoke me? Good, good, good. Today I'll make you wish you were dead. You'll regret living in this world." Then, the Xiao sect master stomped on the ground and shot towards Zhuowen like a cannonball. The Xiao sword in his hand was dazzling. At that moment, the Xiao sect master looked like he was holding the sun. He's really tired of living. The Xiao sect master has a great imperial weapon, like the Xiao sword, and he dares to provoke him. He's really reckless. Everybody was astonished. Zhuowen's behavior was beyond their expectations. Of course, after being astonished for a while, they started to gloat. That young man had dared to provoke the patriarch of the Xiao sect. That was a stupid thing to do. Brother Mo, what should we do now? The Xiao sect master with the Xiao sword is too strong. Brother Zhuo is in danger. Jianan leaped up anxiously, and he actually intended to flash towards Zhuowen. However, Mo Lingtian stopped him, and Mo Lingtian said with a solemn expression, "You're mad. With your cultivation level, you're going to die. Then are we just going to sit here and wait for our deaths, and watch as Big Brother Zhuo is killed?" Kanan roared out. "Jianan, don't worry. Can't you see that Brother Zhuo looks calm? From what I can see, Brother Zhuo, you must have some trump cards that you don't fear the patriarch of the Xiao sect. Otherwise you wouldn't be so calm," said Mo Lingtian. Jianan was stunned, and then he calmed down. Mo Lingtian's analysis was correct. Zhuowen was too calm right now, calm to the point of being terrifying. Clearly, Zhuowen might have some sort of powerful trump card up his sleeve. Besides, Jianan's cultivation level was low. If he went up, he would only be a burden to Zhuowen. Let's just wait and see. If Brother Zhuo can't defeat him, we'll all die together. Mo Lingtian slowly raised his head at this moment, and his gaze focused on Zhuowen's tall and straight back as he muttered in a low voice. Jianan, Gatha and Xian Xing nodded. They were also looking at Zhuowen's back. They were ready to die. Whoosh! The patriarch of the Xiao sect arrived in front of Zhuowen. His eyes were filled with dazzling lights. He smiled cruelly and slowly raised his right hand. His Xiao Yao sword was shining brighter and brighter as if it was going to disperse all the darkness in the sky. The patriarch of the Xiao Yao sect smiled like a blooming chrysanthemum. He knew that the young man with red hair was going to die under that sword. He was definitely going to die. That's what you get for provoking the Xiao Yao sect. Now you're going to pay with your life, said the patriarch of the Xiao Yao sect. He was laughing like a maniac. Do you think you can kill me with just an emperor weapon? At this moment, Zhuowen also raised his head. His blood-red eyes were still as cold as a demon's as he slowly spoke in an indifferent voice. You're really stubborn. You've already reached this point, yet you still think that I can't kill you? You're delusional, said the patriarch of the Xiao Yao sect, smiling coldly. He raised his Xiao Yao sword above his head and a milky white light appeared. It looked like the sun was about to explode, and lava was pouring out of the sword. Of course you can't kill me because you're not the only one who has a great imperial weapon. I have one too. As he spoke, a torrential killing intent surged out of Zhuo Jingwen's body. Soon after, a blood-red blade slashed through the air. A torrential pressure came crashing down, as if mountains were descending from the sky. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.